So, good morning, Shali. Mahima, welcome to you. Hi, Anshu. So, how is the weather in your city, sir? So, yeah, it's of course the Bengaluru is known for its climate. Overall climate is good, and even today's weather is also fine. I am fine, thank you. So, how about you all? So, usually the class starts at 6 o'clock. Just for curiosity, at what time you wake up? So, whoever is here, okay, Shali, it's a bit rainy there. So, from which city, Shali, or which place? Okay, Shali is from UP, and in UP it's rainy day. Yes, friends, those who have joined, try to recall some of the topics that we discussed yesterday and any doubts, issues, or concerns from the previous class. So, yes, friends, any doubts, issues, or concerns before we go ahead with the today's topics? So, functions of attitude. In simple, it talks about what are the benefits of attitude. What we discussed yesterday, if you recall. So, because of our attitude, or the concept of attitude is there. So, there is a concept called attitude. That's about a mindset, our thought processes. So, I have an attitude. So, one benefit of me, you because attitude is flexible, it is in our control. We can have the mindset that we would like to have. We would like to have some attitude that benefits us, that increases our self importance. So we can have any attitudes because it is in our control. When we have attitude that increases our self importance, like I told you yesterday, suppose I'm a teacher, I can have this mindset that no, teaching is a world number one profession or the noble profession, because we are creating all other profession. So when we are doing some job and having the positive mindset towards it, increases our importance in the society. So that is the benefit. When I express my opinion, attitude means mindset. When I express my opinion, I am also expressing what are my values, what kind of person I am actually. So that is called as value expression. I can express my values, what kind of person I am to the society. I've given the example yesterday, Mahatma Gandhiji non-cooperation movement, Chauri Chaura, incident, where Gandhiji has decided not to continue the non-cooperation movement after the Chauri Chaura incident. That shows his value of non-violence. So through the opinion that he is expressed or the decision that he has taken, he is able to express what kind of person he is. And normally having the certain attitude increases our self-importance. When we have some attitude, there are some benefits we get from the society. There are some benefits we get from the society. Like we would like, as a human beings, we would like to have some benefits actually, so that more and more people respect us and accept us. For example, we discussed as a politician, normally in the 21st century politician, if they are pro women, they are in favor of women, usually they are more beneficial, or the pro poor. So having the mindset that is related to the pro woman and poor is more advantageous, so that they can get more votes. So they may develop a mindset either inside or they express, so that actually they get benefit from the society. This is one benefit. I can tell what kind of person I am to the society. There are certain attitude having actually we can increases our self importance. And when we through the mindsets, actually when we talk to the people, interact with the people, we can understand other people. We can also understand others. We can understand others. So these are the four functions that we discussed, and we call this as again value expression function. Value expression function. This is the benefit we are getting, so it is called utility function. It is called as ego defensive function. Well, this is called as knowledge function. In this way, attitude has four benefits. Good. Yes, friends. Any other doubts before we go ahead with the today's topic? These are the some mindset that we develop actually to become a part of the society. Earlier we may not have. In order to become a part of the society, we develop. That is why utility function is also called as adjustment function. The another name for utility function is adjustment function. How to come out of the benefits? So one students want to know, why do you want to come out of the benefits? How to come out of the benefits? So why do you want to come out of the benefits? You have to get benefits now. So Shweta ji, have you written the weekly test and submitted? Okay. So we'll check with the team. So how to come out benefits actually? Okay, so you want to know that. See, what we are telling, that having certain mindset will give us a benefit. As I told you, if I'm a politician, if normally in our Indian democracy, a politician wants the vote. One way is actually having certain mindset, so that whenever those mindsets are there, one or day it will come out through our speech or something. If we have a certain mindset like pro woman, pro poor people, the pro weaker section of the society. So usually people would like to vote for that kind of person who who wants to benefit the poor people, who wants to empower the women and all those, right? So as a politician, I can understand that in India, if I want to survive and become a successful, I should have a mindset which is in favor of poor people, weaker section of society. So I will get benefit like that. So whether I want to talk more about a religious person, or I want to actually so-called modern person or something, in some societies where I, consider, if I know Bhagavad Gita, Vedic traditions and all, and if I speak more in favor of that, in that society, they will give me more respect, suppose. So I may try to know that actually and develop a mindset in favor of that particular traditions, religion and everything. Okay, because the more and more I'm traditional and more have a positive about gods, Rama, Lakshmana, and everything, I'll get more benefits in the society. So people try to have that kind of mindset, so that they will get a benefits from the society. That's known as utility function or the adjustment function. Okay, any other doubts before we start? So try to recall some of the topics that we discussed yesterday. If you remember, we started our journey with understanding the topic of attitude. We understood attitude is a positive or negative opinion, perception, or evaluation about anything. And related to this attitude, we understood some terms like positive attitude. Positive attitude. And when we say positive attitude, there is also a negative attitude, also we can understand from the positive attitude. And then we discussed something called as political attitude and moral attitude. Try to recall some of the definitions and examples that we discussed in this context. The positive attitude, the four qualities, the negative attitude, opposite of that, then political attitude, moral attitude, try to recall. Then we discussed about bureaucratic attitude and democratic attitude. We discussed about the components of attitude. We discussed about the functions of attitude. We discussed the relationship with behavior, the relation of attitude with behavior. We also discussed the concept called as social influence. So try to recall these words. So attitude, our mindset about something, the positive attitude. What are the qualities associated with positive attitude? So try to mention in the comment section without looking at your notes. So what are the qualities associated with positive attitude? Yes, you have to participate. Yes, we discussed some of the functions, for some of the qualities associated with our. One is, okay, good, Sai Krishna, Raghav. Yes. So one is optimism, then acceptance, then resilience, correct, and then gratitude. So political attitude, hope it is clear. Our perception or evaluation about politicians, political parties, and political ideologies. Our inclination towards ethical principle is called as moral attitude. Giving priority to the law of the land is bureaucratic attitude. Having compassion and tolerance, encouraging the more and more people participation in the decision making is known as democratic attitude. This attitude has three components: cognitive component, which is related to the knowledge and belief; affective component, that is related to the emotions and feelings; and then we have behavioral component. Behavioral component. Functions of attitude. This attitude has four functions according to the Daniel cards. Knowledge function, ego defensive function, then try to recall, as we just now discussed also, value expression and utility. And we discussed that usually our behavior is guided by our attitude, but along with attitude, expectation of significant others, consequences of decision making, motivation and opportunity will also play a very important role. Then we discussed about social influence. As a human beings, we have an impact on others' opinion, emotions, and will also get influenced by the other people in the society. Every day we interact with them. We want to be a part of the society. We want to get respect from the society, recognition from the society. That is why we keep learning from the societies. And we given the examples related to the Mahatma Gandhiji's 1901 incident in Kolkata, Rahul Kumar example, and also the Prashant Nayar's Operation Pond Cleaning. Right? Yes, super. So let's we go ahead and try to understand the another concepts related to this. The one is after the social influence, the next concept is persuasion. What is this persuasion? Let us we understand this. Okay, now listen to me. Imagine this situation. It was Sunday, because every day morning you're waking up so early. We'll assume that at least 5 o'clock you will wake up, and you thought that okay, this weekend I will take the break. So our Sunday, and your family members went for some function. They invited you, but they told that no, no, I have worked hard actually during my entire weekends. So this Sunday, even Saturday, I was preparing for the test, and also I was very busy. This Sunday, I want to just take the rest. So please, you go, I'll stay alone. So you are staying alone. Imagine you are in home and you are staying alone Sunday. Sleeping. You are sleeping. Somebody started knocking the door, and then you wake up. Array, early morning. It is 9:30, and somebody disturbing me actually in the early morning 9:30. Array, who is this fellow? You thought, okay, let me ignore and sleep. But again, it's still ringing the bell. So he thought that array headache. Okay, let me go and see. So you'll wake up and then you'll open the door. When you open the door, you see that on the other side of this door there is a person, like me, wearing the waistcoat and all, looking very fresh, and he will invite you. Good morning, sir, or madam, if you are actually. So like we'll assume for this case actually, good morning, madam. So good morning, madam, I'm happy to see you. Array, you have disturbed my sleep and you are telling that you are happy to see me. See, you look like you have come to sell the books and all actually. So I don't want to buy any books actually. Please go, man. Ma'am, I sorry to disturb your beautiful sleep actually. And see, yes, there are books as you rightly said, but it is not compulsory for you to buy this book, madam. I'll just tell few things about it. If you like, you can buy. Otherwise, you no need to buy. I don't want any books actually, but still, anyhow, my sleep already got disturbed. You please tell me whatever you want to tell. Madam, you see that general knowledge is very important in our society. No matter whether you are a student or a working person, whether you are working in a private sector or government sector, anywhere you work, the general knowledge plays very important role. The other person said, you are talking about general knowledge to me. You know who am I? I am a civil service aspirant. I have studied very, very complicated books like Lakshmi Kant and other NCRT, every all those books actually. What this silly general knowledge books will tell me. Okay, very. I'm yes, ma'am. I'm very happy to know that you're preparing for civil service examination. If you don't mind, may I ask you some questions? You want to ask me question actually? Okay, you can ask any question. Ma'am, we'll start with a simple question. Madam, do you know which is the national sports of India? No. What is your? You have to type the answer, please. So there's a question from that side. Make sure you are participating, and if you are that civil service aspirant, what's your answer? Okay, so as many of you are saying, actually, she also says, Arey, I have studied this in my childhood only. Hockey is our national sports. Then this person say, ma'am, I am sorry to differ with you. India wants to encourage the multiple sports. That is why we do not have any particular sports as a national sports. That's a true also. Okay, so there is no national sportsman. And then, okay, this is all some silly question actually. So, okay, ma'am, if you don't mind, I'll ask you one more question. Imagine water which is at 0 degrees Celsius. Water which is 0 degrees Celsius. Now, when we start heating the water, will it get contract or it will expand? Will it get contract or expand? That's the question. Now, what's your answer? Okay, we'll take the answer, majority of the answer that is given by you. See, anything that when we start heating, it will get expand only. What is this silly question you are asking? Once again, ma'am, actually, see, water has anomalous behavior. Water has maximum density at 4 degrees Celsius. When at 0 degrees Celsius, when we start heating, first it will get contract. And after the 4 degrees Celsius, it will start expanding. That's why you see the water 0 degrees Celsius, that is in the form of ice. Water actually, like for at 4 degrees Celsius, it has highest density. That is why you see that ice cubes floats on the water, because water has more density than the ice cubes are there actually. So at 0 degrees Celsius, so water is in the ice form, and that has a less density, and it will get contract actually when at the 4 degrees Celsius. After the 4 degrees, at 4 degrees Celsius, water has maximum density. After that, it will start expanding. This is called as an anomalous behavior of water. So in this way, ma'am, so many times we know, or we assume that we know so many general knowledge, but many times we may not have it, don't know it, ma'am. Buy this book, ma'am, especially, we have recently celebrated Republic Day, and you are also a civil service aspirant. A special offer. Normally, the market price is 500 rupees, but for you today on this day, if you buy, you will be get it for only 350 rupees, ma'am. Even in the other street, actually, there is a person called Mahesh. He was preparing, it seems, ma'am. He was also, bought this book. The topper 43rd ranker, actually, that person was also studying our books. So then after all this conversation, suppose you decided to buy this book actually, okay, then from the perspective of the salesperson, it is called persuasion is succeeded. Now with whatever happened in this actually is known as persuasion. What is persuasion? Persuasion is an art of changing the attitude and or behavior of others. Persuasion is an art where we are trying to change the mindset of other people or the behavior of other people. This persuasion is a deliberate attempt. So, like as a salesperson, I intentionally want to change that person actually. So, it change that person's mindset to buy this particular book. So that's a deliberate attempt. In social influence, what happened? Suppose as a Mahatma Gandhi ji, I started cleaning the road. Other people may themselves voluntarily influence and they may follow. Rahul Kumar example. So when I, as an IAS officer, started eating the food prepared by a widow, or the Sunita in this case, there are other people who also may get influenced from that. Prashant Nair, as an IAS officer, once again we started cleaning the lakes and other roads. The other people may learn on themselves. But in the case of persuasion, I deliberately want them to change. That is deliberate. It is, we are not forcing them to buy. Even in persuasion, like that, if I force, that is called coercion. You have to buy, otherwise you will face consequences. So that's called coercion. So we are not doing coercion, we are using reasoning. So that means logically explaining why you want to buy this book. You are a civil service aspirant, you are reading so many complicated books, we understand, but this is actually, with logically explaining, so many other knowledge is also required for this examination or generally for our life. And it involves oration skills, the way we speak, and there is a clear and well organized message. Usually those who are into the marketing, or those who are into, again, sale of books and other products, actually, they are, anybody who is trying to persuade you, they will have a clear and well organized message. Normally if they say what should be our response and all, some of them are already structured. Politician wants to persuade you. As a politician, I may try to persuade you so that you will vote for me. Suppose you are attending the workshop, to whether to join our institute or not, I may persuade you to join our institution. So everywhere persuasion is happening. Suppose I say, there's some party, a bachelor party is happening, and my friends invite me, and they say, no man, I am not interested today, I have an important class I want to attend. Then they will try to persuade me so that actually I will join that group. All these are called as a persuasion. Every day you are experiencing the persuasion. You persuade your parents to achieve some goals, your parents persuade you to achieve some goal. Suppose again in the weekend, your parents are decided to visit some religious places like Varanasi, assume that. But in the 2 days, because you are attending the classes and all, you have to stay at home and prepare for the exam. They may persuade you so that you join them with their actually Kashi trip. All these are persuasion. There are three tools are there in the persuasion. Three tools are there. What is the three tools? We will see. The success of persuasion depends upon who is communicating or who is communicating some information and how are we communicating the information. So the success of persuasion depends on two factors: who is communicating and how are we communicating. And there are three tools are there, and these three tools are known as ethos, pathos, and logos. What is this ethos, pathos, logos here? So first one, who has to communicate? Normally, if we are giving the message, it is not just because the whatever the way I speak and all, but still the person who is speaking about a topic should have the credibility. That means people should trust this person. This person should have credibility, the trust, the other people should be able to trust, or the authority, or this person should have done some personal achievement. When these people communicate, that has a more persuading power, a convincing power. Like for example, Virat Kohli talks about the fitness. Normally people would like to listen because he is known for his fitness. When Sadhguru talks about spirituality, the purpose of our life and everything, people would like to listen. People consider that this person has credibility based on the logic or the analysis that he makes. When some Vedic scholar is talking about the Vedas, people like to listen. When some doctor is talking about actually the good food habits or something, people like to listen. When a teacher who is, like how to prepare for the examination, one who is already cleared the examination, when that person say, people would like to listen. Or a teacher who is training and guiding the many aspirants from many years, they would like to listen. So persuading depends upon even who is persuading also. In generally, that is one important. Usually, when the person who is communicating has a credibility, the authority, or the personal achievement, any one of that, that will be more convincing. That is called ethos. A person with good character should speak. That is credibility, authority. Then but how to speak actually? Whenever we are trying to persuade them, we have to explain through the logics, actually the facts, data, numbers. Even in the first persuasion, I'm trying to convince logically. In other case, for example, now I want you to convince why you should join our institution. Like we may tell, see, you can see cross check, actually these are the people who have cleared in our examination. So in the last year, like for example, I'm just taking hypothetical numbers actually. So these are the 1,000 people who have joined into our organization, out of which 500 people were able to clear the prelims in our examination. While many other have actually appeared for the State Public Service Commission, and they, from these people, these are the so many number of people who have achieved the mains and the interview in the last 3-4 years. These are the number of successful people. And see, like for example, if anybody has to clear this examination, what is required? First, they need to understand the syllabus completely and properly. So we have the best faculties across the world. They will come and try to help you, so that you will understand everything in the syllabus. Then once you have understood, you need to get clarity whether you are actually understood or not. So mock tests are required. We'll conduct the mock test. You might have some doubts, so we have mentors to help you. So in this way, we'll continue to motivate, or actually we will be in your journey till you clear the examination. Suppose we are saying that, so we are logically explaining you why you should join our organization. That's also a persuasion. So that is logos, logic, actually facts, data, and numbers. When we are trying to persuade them, we can include some stories so that that can bring emotions in them. That's called as pathos. For example, when you attend our workshop, we say, see, this person you can see in our board, she got the 43rd rank. 2 years before or 3 years before, I remember she first come to meet us actually. At that time, she was curious about preparing for all this examination, but she was not even sure what is this UPSC examination, what is this IAS, IPS, actually what are the different exams are there. She was not aware of it. She was coming from a poor background. She has done her graduation in some rural area, and her father is also a farmer. Many times they will get money, sometimes they don't get money because of so many weather related events. And we understood, actually we have given her a scholarship also. We have taken her test, we have observed that she is a brilliant academic records. We have given the scholarship. Then she started attending our classes, morning batch, evening batch she was attending. And after every time, actually when she has a doubt, she used to talk to mentors, get these doubts are clarified. Many times she will get demotivated, and we have these mentors who will actually, when she called, actually we were able to help her slowly, and gradually she got so much of confidence. She has attended all the mock tests, and finally, And after the 1 year, actually she couldn't able to clear the examination, but she did not give up. She tried again. Actually, that is like a so difficult situation for her. Finally, in her second attempt, she was able to clear. So some stories that we are telling, when you are listening, that is changing the emotions in you. Then when you see that, wow, okay, these people help us in during this course of journey and everything. So we'll invite a topper will come and tell that actually this coaching institution is good. That is ethos. And we are using the story of another person who is already cleared actually their story and all. That is when we are communicating, we are using the story. That is like a pathos. And we are also logically explaining how by joining our institution increases chances of your success. That is called ethos, pathos, logos. It can happen in any other context. After going the class, or after the class, you should be able to create some other context example. Now I told in the coaching institution concept. Now you should be able to think in another context. This is called persuasion. Any doubts about this before I go ahead? Yes, Shweta ji, at 0 degrees Celsius it is ice, not water. I said the same thing, Shweta ji. It's clear, sir, according to Raghav. So, Chitturi, logos. Logos means whenever we want to convince anybody, we are using facts, data, numbers to convince them or explaining them logically. In this case, I'm logically explaining why you should join our institution with so many data and everything. If you don't take coaching, what is the chances of success? If you take coaching, what is the chances of success? Now, suppose as a politician, I want to convince you why you should vote. Then logically, see, last 5 years I was an MLA in this area. This is the funds I have collected, and this is how much funds I have used. And see the other constituencies and see my constituency. So, I'm with the help of data, I'm telling what are the developments I have done here. That is called logos. Here, logos means being logical. Advertisements is an example of persuasion. Yes, all the advertisements are actually made to persuade you to do something. Because you said, advertisement, you can consider a few advertisement which you can actually quote in the examination also. So one is the two wins, life wins. In YouTube, if you type this, two wins, life wins. Any idea what this campaign may be? From the name of, actually there is, if you type two wins life wins, you will get one video that is actually trying to persuade you something. When you check this name, no, don't check in the internet. When you see this name, actually two wins life wins, what it might be related to? Sir, due to network issue, I joined now. Did I miss something? Yes, of course you'll miss. If you join after 30 minutes, don't you think you'll miss? Okay, you will miss. So don't worry. Maybe after recording, you can watch. We discussed one topic called persuasion. So you can also still understand other concept without that. But after the class, please watch the recording. Yes, you are right, Mahima and Raghav, and many of you, Shalu and Himanshu, right? So this is a video that encourages you to use the two dustbins. One is for the dry waste and wet waste, with very interesting video. This is an example for persuasion. And there's one more video actually called please watch this. These are all homework actually. So I hope that you are watching it. So please note down somewhere actually and watch it. Yesterday we suggested you to watch a PB Salim video. Have we suggested, and how many of you watched it? PB Salim. So Mahima says yes. What about others? Has anybody watched this video? The TED Talk of PB Salim? Tell me honestly. Akula and Mahima did it. Shalu, no. Why no? Gayatri also no. Why? Why no? Okay. See, from after my class, actually, till here, you had so much of time. I know there might be some busy, but of course, as an adult, 18 plus, when we teach for these people, we don't force you. We'll only recommend you, we'll advise you, but it is up to you. But if you watch, you will get more clarity. Raghav says, sir, I watched Dhruva IPS officer. It is like you are now eating the food that you are supposed to eat some 3 days before. Okay, but still that finally you watched it. So, okay, those who have not watched, please note down these homeworks. One is a TED Talk by PB Salim. PB Salim is an IAS officer, and in that TED Talk, he talks about the initiation that he has taken when he is working in the Nadia district of West Bengal. Nadia district in the West Bengal has become the first district in India to declare as ODF, Open Defecation Free District. And how he was able to make that, what are the initiation that he has taken, you have to watch it. Now there's another initiation called Project Sridhan. Project Sridhan. Any idea what this may be? This video may be? This is also a persuasion related video. Just guess Project Sridhan. Usually the word Sridhan is associated with dowry, but this is a different case actually. Sridhan means actually wealth of a woman. Normally many women invest in gold and other ornaments so that they make actually increases their beauty, but this project reason persuade you to invest your money in the iron along with the gold. Invest in your iron also. So because iron it according to this data, close to 50% of our Indian women actually faces iron deficiency. And these iron foods are available across actually. So watermelon, it is, so they'll show some videos actually, maize or corn, almonds, fish, like this. Some of these are available. So they want you to, eat the iron, not exactly iron, the foods which are containing the iron. So that is a project reason. And murder, that is also an example of persuasion. Murder. So what is this about? Do you remember murder? Again, we have discussed this in the previous class. Okay, so mirth is related to the women empowerment. That is again men against rape and discrimination. Men against rape and discrimination. So these three as the example you have to note down and hope you that you will watch. These are all example of persuasion. If you watch the PB Salim video, like see what is that issue in that open defecation. There are in the year 2013 when PB Salim has taken the in charge of this area, he has identified that many of the people in his district having a less height compared to the other districts and neighboring districts and even to the many other countries. And he has also identified one of the main reason why they're having a less height is the malnutrition. And why there is a malnutrition? Because of the open defecation practice that is happening. How they are connected? Because lakhs of people are going for the open defecation across the district, and then many these houseflies and all, they go sit on the feces. They will also sit on the food products actually. And there are people when they consume this food which is containing some small pathogens, it lead to the development of some worms in our body. Whatever they eat, that was being absorbed by the worms in the body. So and there it is leading to the many other health problems. So he thought that actually we need to work on that. So as a civil servant, if you have to bring the changes in the attitude, now see, they are going for open defecation, and just because somebody is going for open defecation, if we construct a toilet, it will not solve the problem. Many of them are going to the open defecation not because they don't have a toilet at home. They don't want to have a toilet at home. They consider that having toilet is impure and going in nature is only good, because that is the practice that is happening from many years. Now we need to change their mindset that the going for open defecation is not good and usage of toilet at home is good. So that mindset we need to change, and then the behavior will change. Now what to do? If we want to change that, actually remember the person who is actually trying to change should have a very good communication skill. As a civil servant, you want to change, you should have you should be able to understand what they are speaking, and you should be able to convey what you want to convey in the way that they can understand. The common people should trust you. If they don't trust, they don't listen to you. So now this is we will discussing in the case of open defecation free. Tomorrow they may give an example. There is a place where the untouchability is practiced, or women are not allowed to go to the college. So there may be any number of questions they may ask. Actually, any attitude related problem. How do you change? First, you should have a proper communication skill. You should know the local language, and the common people should trust you based on the different good works that you have done. Usually trust. And if you are a new person, the very factor that you are an IAS officer, until now you have not done any corruption, that also gives you the credibility. Okay, now on this issue of open defecation, you have to make some explanatory videos. The For example, in a simple language, if you are doing it in the West Bengal, in the Bengali, the local language of the common people, you have, by using that, you should make an animated or the videos that will explain what are the problems that is happening because of the process of open defecation, and why usage of washrooms at the toilet is much better idea. Related to that, you can make explanatory videos. You can invite the great enthusiastic actually directors or the assistant directors who are planning to become the directors in the future, and make you can give a contract to make them video. Or you can also invite famous actually directors also. Like for example, if you are doing in one of the Telugu states, even when you consult the people like Rajamouli, they're all great director. Because there is a part of awareness, they will also get how to make interesting videos. So you have to make explanatory videos. You can create some speeches. You have to study the local literature. Again, if you are making videos in the Karnataka, you have to study the local, the local literature of what are the great poets in Kannada. How can we use their literature or their examples actually to create a positive changes in the society? Do we have any vachanas actually, or any the local literature actually that is help us to guide these people related to this issue? So we need to study the local literature, and you should try to use them in part of our speeches. Try to create some speech and explanatory videos. But we have created everything, but we need to make sure that it will reach us the people. How? Of course, in social media you can upload. One is through the social media. You can upload those videos in the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, everything, but it may not reach all the people. What you can do, you can conduct a workshop. You will call the volunteers actually, whoever want to be a part of this program. Volunteer, like for example, what PB Salim has done, he has invited volunteers. So he has given information, speeches, everything about open defecation to them, what is the problem and everything. These volunteers will go to the different places, and every school, they will go to every place school, and they will make sure that every student in the class understood the problem with open defecation. And sports meetings were conducted. Like we need to identify the locally famous sports, more like suppose cricket. So we can conduct a cricket cricket events, and during the middle of the innings or at the time of award actually, we can also talk about this. There are cultural meets will be happening. So different festivals are being celebrated, the fairs are celebrated at the local level. You can visit there and have an advertisement there also. You can conduct the street plays, if that is allowed actually, or if the people are willing to watch. So there are different ways that you can do. You need to create this, and you need to conduct this, and make sure that every school children is aware of that. Many family women associations are there, like self-help groups. We can have a meetings of the people who are the heads of self-help groups. They will come and listen, and these heads, they will go and talk to their members. You can have a meeting with faith-based organization, like temple, masjid, church, and these others faith-based organizations are there. We can call a meeting of these people and talk to them, and they will go and convince their actually followers. And you can have a meeting with NGOs, doctors, local leaders, successful people, and make sure that every family is aware of that. So by making sure that these categories are reached, by conducting these workshops and sports meets, by creating explanatory videos, having communication skill, we can bring the changes in the society. This is example for both social influence and persuasion. And just to give you a clarity, the relationship between the social influence and persuasion is this. Social influence is a broader word actually, and in which there is a persuasion. This is persuasion, this is social influence. And even persuasion is also a part of social influence. Here I am making a deliberate attempt. Here it can happen deliberately or voluntary also. So that's a social influence and persuasion. Are we clear with this slide? An important slide. Did you understand? Deliberately means not all of a sudden. Deliberately means intentionally. If people are not listening, then what action can we take? That's a good question. We should not take any action. Let them not listen. Whoever is ready to listen, only we can convey. That's only. We are not forcing them. We will try to make it as attractive as possible in persuasion to listen. If somebody don't want to listen, it's fine. That is their choice. Yes, sir, but stakeholder. Complete it, no, Vanshika. Yes, sir, but stakeholder. What does it mean? Social influence and persuasion can be positive or negative. Yes, Shalu, you are right. We can convince actually through these weapons of social influence and persuasion a common person to do the great things. We can make a common person as Baba Amte. We can make a common person into a Osama bin Laden also. By using the social influence and persuasion, we can cheat people, we can manipulate other people, we can motivate them, we can also harm them. Everything is possible. So stakeholder means, I am telling, as a civil servant, if you want to bring the changes, make sure that these groups you are meeting, if you watch the PB Salim video, you will understand. In that PB Salim video, after he wanted to make sure that the different section of society will, we need to understand. So he called a meeting of women associations, faith-based organization, the school children, NGOs, doctor. Every section should aware in your district. At district level, if you want to bring the change, now everybody should get this information. How? Okay, youth are there, we can attract them with sports. Some other youth through the cultural activities. Old age people, maybe it's the street place. School going children, by them. The women actually how? By conducting the meeting with actually self-help groups. There are some religious people will be there. Okay, we'll call a meeting with the people who are heading the temples, masjids, and churches. We will explain them, and they will go when the devotees come to their temples. Actually, their priest will explain. Suppose, see, you expect the God to do good to you, and but what you are doing, your family members are going for open defecation, and that is creating many other problems to the many other people. How do you expect a God to help you? If God has to help you, you have to help other common people, and one way to help other people is start using the toilets at home and stopping open defecation. This is the concept of stakeholders. Sir, if you want to do positive, but in return people understood as negative, then what should be my course of action in order to persuade them? See, I will try to explain. If they have any clarity missing, actually, they might explain. But if they have understood, we don't even know that they have understood in a negative way. But suppose I explain something, you couldn't understand, then you will ask me, I'll further explain. That's all. Yes, Sai Krishna, it can act for both good or bad also. So, P. Vijayan, IPS officer from the Kerala cadre. So he has taken some initiation, which is to reduce the number of people who are addicted to the drugs. What are the initiation that he has taken? So special task force is created. So these are the group of experts who have awareness about the issues related to these drugs. What is the psychology of the people, mindset of the people who are addicted to drugs, who are involved in the sale, from where these drugs are coming, how they are actually transported to the different areas, how youth are getting access to that. So they're aware of that. So there is a group of people who are ready to deal with this issue. And then if any complaints or something, ready to operate, are ready to deal with that issue. But very important is we need to bring the changes in the attitude of people about the drugs. It's not only about the legal decision. So he invited the celebrities from the, like, Malayalam cinema industry. And there are different heroes, heroines, actually they have come as a part of, IPS officer. Different heroines, actually they go to the different schools and colleges, and they give information under the campaign called as clean campus and the safe campus. Here the clean refers to that it should be clean from the drugs, and that is a safe campus, where they go to the schools and colleges and talk about these issues. Like, for example, what are the common drugs youth users? We will tell them. And initially, for example, it may be good actually, but what are the problems they faces it, and how this is being circulated to your college members and all. How you can help us to how you can help us to solve this problem. It is not only the police people responsibility, the students, you should also participate. And an IPS officer is telling, the celebrities are telling, they will also invite the person who was earlier addicted to drugs and now he was able to come out of that. Suppose this person comes and say, see, I was studying in my college days first year, I got introduced to the drugs actually. Somehow initially it was giving me so much of kick actually. And I was initially doing some part-time job also and earning the money, so I started buying these drugs and all, where it is available many places. I was buying, I was enjoying, I was in a different world actually. I feel like, wow, this is a heaven and everything. But slowly and gradually, suppose earlier I was taking some quantity, 1 gram, it was giving me kick. After some days, even like 2 gram, 3 gram, it was not giving me so much of kick. Now I need to buy the more quantity. And but because of this, actually, I mean, this so-called heaven period that I was having in the initial days, I couldn't focus on part-time jobs, I cannot do the education also, parents are not giving me money for that. So but at one time I'm getting frustrated also. So all these things are happening, I don't know how to deal with that. I wanted, I need to buy more and more quantity. I started blackmailing other people. Me along with other people, we used to go to the highways, stop the people whoever is coming on them, threatening them, taking the money. And I was arrested by the police actually. Then I felt the, I realized it was very bad thing to do. Then I requested police officer that I want to come out of this, they will also help me. I was taken to the rehabilitation center. Slowly and gradually, it was very difficult to come out of the drugs, but by following the instruction of the doctors, now I'm able to come out. Whatever that started as a heaven, but it later turned into a hell actually. I felt very bad about me, I wanted to even opt for a suicide. But now I feel very confident, thanks to this police officer and other doctors who have helped me, who have given me a new birth actually. Now I am a Ramesh 2.0. I want to utilize this remaining part for the welfare of other people, and as a part of that I have come here. So when that person say, it will be more convincing, like ethos, pathos, logos, the pathos through the emotions that person is explaining. So that is clean campus and safe campus. This Vijayan also invited many cricketers like Virat Kohli and Dinesh Karthik actually, and other cricketers they have joined. Once again, they go to the schools and colleges, give awareness, and there are some dedicated helpline numbers are there. If any issues are there, you can call them, and you can send photos, videos related to any drugs related issues are there, and we have a special task force. They will come and deal with this. And don't worry, just because you give us information, we don't torture you, irritate you and all. So that is say yes to cricket and no to drug. They've established better counseling and rehabilitation center, and they were able to reduce the number of people who are addicted to drugs. You can see that it, as even as an IAS officer, IPS officer, your work is not only taking the legal action, whoever is involved in the drugs, but he has taken initiation to reduce the number of people who are addicted to drugs and also prevent the future generation getting addicted to drugs. So know more about the PVGN and make a simple notes like this. Rashik says, sir, I can't see anything except the board. Others can do that, so please check your internet connection. If you want positive, but okay, both ways, okay. Who will counsel the drug addicted students in the police station? Any police who is aware of it, or if the police station, if they do not have it, that is why when you see that in your area where you are working, you can create a separate rehabilitation center or counseling centers also, you can send them. So in an area there will be counseling centers actually, so you can send them where they can get counseled, and then they will go to the rehabilitation center. Great initiative, every officer can do it. Yes, Madhur, you are right. Even I also, for 5 to 10 minutes now, audio is back. Is there is any toll free number for a free counseling? It may be there actually. When you check in the internet, you will come to know. Yes, Sai Krishna, do you want any counseling for this drugs related issue? See, our students, like for example, Vanshika says no problem with audio or video. If one student is getting in generally with my technical understanding, with limited understanding, it should be same for other people also. If there is a problem from our side, it should have been a problem for everybody. So please check your internet connection and others. Just curious to know how it will be done. Okay, then you check internet, actually YouTube videos and all, you will get the details. Okay, just simply I'm asking Sai Krishna. Okay, so clean campus, safe campus is also same thing, but here they are invited celebrities from the cinema industry to go and talk to them. Here cricketers were invited under this campaign. These are the two names of the different campaigns. So these are all the example that you should be aware of it. So now there's one case study. Please observe, listen to this case study. You are a sarpanch of the panchayat. There is a primary school run by the government in your area. Midday meals are provided to the children attending the school. The headmaster has now appointed a new cook in the school to prepare the meals. However, when it is found out that the cook is from Dalit community, almost half of the children belonging to the higher caste are not allowed to take the meals by their parents. Consequently, the attendance in the schools falls sharply. This could result in the possibility of the discontinuation of midday meal scheme, thereafter teaching staff, and the subsequent closing down the school. In simple, who are you in this case? Sarpanch of a panchayat. What is the issue? As a part of midday meal scheme, the new cook is appointed, but when they come to know that the cook is from a Dalit community, many parents are not ready to send their kids to the school. And according to the case study, if this situation continues, the number of children will come down, teaching staff will come down, and the school might have to be closed down. Is the situation clear to you now? Now, keeping this situation in the mind, please observe these two questions. You may know the answer, but the challenge is how do you create 250 words? So I want you to take some 3 minutes time without seeing internet, without seeing the next slides, actually, even if you have access to, create your own. A, actually, for A, you need to create minimum 3 points, and for B, minimum 3 points. How do you understand is your choice. And for the discussion, we are keeping the charts open for the public. Once you have written, then also observe how others are writing the answer. As I told you, you know some point actually, but writing 250 words, and think about introduction. What do you write in the introduction, and what is 3 points minimum for A, 3 points minimum for B? Yes, friends, now your time starts now. I'm here, so you can go ahead with your answers. Once you're done, observe others' opinion and see what this Akula has written, Raghav has written, Vanshika has written. Are they correct actually? To which point I can agree, to which point I cannot agree. So think about it. Good. Last few seconds. Yes, friends. Listen to me. Hello, hello. Yes. Okay. Now I will explain few points. I can see that there are many good points are there. After that, if you have any doubts, sir, can this also be right? Or some, suppose if I express some opinion which is completely different from you or something, or if any points is missed, only you can mention that specific point after that. Okay. Now listen to me. So first we need to write introduction. In the introduction, you can start with the topic actually. Now the above topic talks about the undesirable attitude which is prevalent in the society. So the above example is an above case study or a situation is an example of undesirable attitude. Normally we don't use the word negative attitude, which is opposite of positive attitude. We say undesirable attitude in the 21st century. We are discriminating a person just because of untouchability. That's wrong. So what do we write? So the above situation shows the prevalence of untouchability, one of the undesirable attitude that is prevalent in the society. It is very unfortunate that even after the 75 years of Indian independence, we are still seeing the incidences of such cases, are still seeing the incidences of untouchability. So you'll write the topic, and then you can write the stakeholders to deal with this, are stakeholders who are associated with this case study. Who are the stakeholders? Myself as the sarpanch of the panchayat, the sarpanch is a stakeholder. The woman or the cook from Dalit community, DC, that is Dalit community, is an example of a stakeholder. And the children and their parents, teaching staff, etc. So these are the important stakeholders. This is only introduction. Very simple. You will start with the untouchability or an undesirable attitude that is prevalent in the society. Then you will write stakeholder. No need to write ethical dilemma because there is no dilemma. Here it's all about how do we solve the problem actually. So whether this or that, actually we may create a dilemma whether to go with utilitarianism, that is happiness to the majority of the people in that context, or justice to the weaker section of society, or Gandhiji's talisman. We may write it, but you can also avoid. This is all about just how do you deal with the problem. Now some of the feasible strategies that can be followed after writing this we will be sharing with you, or it is available. First thing, sorry, so there is some issue with this marker. 1 minute. Okay. So first we should be the change that you want to see in the others. What does it mean? As a sarpanch, along with other like-minded people, first what I can do, I am a sarpanch, will one day will invite the many other people, some other religious members, whoever is willing. In the initial stages, I'm not forcing anybody. At least some religious people may agree. Some political leaders may agree. Other political leaders, if anybody, they may agree with other people. We go to the school and we'll also invite the parents, actually generally parents, and we will go and eat the food. We request that cook to prepare the food and we eat the food. This is the first step. And we'll make sure that with the help of the panchayat funds that is available, that you can use it for the development. Wherever you have a discretionary fund that you can generally use it for the development of the people, you can also prepare a tasty and healthy food. Because many times you have seen, if you are coming from that poor communities actually, or you have observed other people, if anywhere food is available which is tasty, people will come. Even sometimes parents say no, children are ready to come. Array, it is very tasty, I want to eat. Actually we'll make sure that it is tasty food actually, and the very nutritious food also. Then we can call a meeting of Gram Sabha and then also make a small videos related to that, or we invite some celebrities, whoever is possible at the local level, and give them awareness about the discrimination that is happening and the laws which are there, actually the law of the land, what they talk about this. And we'll also explain what is the procedure for selection of a cook. When we are selecting the cook, what are the protocols we will follow? We'll make sure that the person is hygienic, the food is prepared is hygienic actually, but just based on the caste, we cannot remove. If I remove that, may actually, that is once again a practice of untouchability. That's why even I want to, I cannot remove. Like suppose as sarpanch, I can say that, but of course I don't want to remove. But actually, even if somebody want to, we cannot remove just based on the caste. And that is there is a fundamental right against the practice of untouchability. That is why removing is actually, if somebody is removed just because they are Dalits, it is against the fundamental rights. And then we take the help of local and religious leaders in this participation. We'll conduct inter-community activities where people come from the different communities and involve in the sports activities and cultural activities and the developmental activities. So these are some of the steps that you can take. So one of the suggestion is, sir, we will remove that person and we will appoint her as a sweeper or something. Of course, that is wrong actually. And temporarily we'll remove. In general cases, of course, we know that we cannot, bring the changes. But here, what happened as a sarpanch or anybody, if we remove that lady, either even as a temporarily, that is against the it is violating her fundamental right. You are discriminating just because that person is from a Dalit community. That is why either permanent, either removing her temporarily is also not good choice, or changing her profession. She need money, no, let us we appoint a cook from the higher caste and she will keep her as a sweeper because she is from a lower caste. That is wrong actually. So both options are wrong. Any doubt about the feasible strategies? Slogans can be advertised, yes, correct. We should spread news that once we eat you will come every day. We can actually make sure that it is prepared hygienically. The parents can come actually and observe actually how the food is being prepared, everything that all can be done. Okay, super. Now listen to me, second important point, providing the cook costumes also. Nothing wrong. It's nothing wrong. We can consider if we have enough resources, costumes full modern. So what should be the responsibilities of different social segments and agencies to create a positive ambience for accepting such changes? One important point here actually you need to note down. Whenever I'm answering the option A or this part A, I will be focusing on the particular discrimination based on the caste or untouchability. But when I'm answering for the second one, such changes, they're asking about such changes. So when you say such changes, it is not only discrimination based on the caste, based on the color, based on the region, religion, all the similar kind of discrimination can also be included when we are writing the part two. We need to find a solution. And if any question they ask you, what are the different social segments and agencies? What we are referring to, it is the family. What is the role of family, educational institution, Gram Sabha, media, NGOs, law enforcement agencies? You have to write what all they can do to bring the positive changes in the society. What all they can do to bring the positive changes in the society. You can give example like civil servants Rahul Kumar, what he has done. The Sunita's case actually, do you remember? You can give example. PB Salim TED talk you have to watch. So these are all the people who have taken an initiation to bring the changes in the society. You law enforcement agencies, what they have to do, if anybody violated against the law of the land and if that is legally punishable, then we take a strict action. If any criticism or violence that is based on the people just because they belong to a particular color or caste, will take a strict action. Strict action means not a severe action. Strict action is not a severe action. Strict action is the action according to the law of the land. And NGOs can be used as a part of awareness campaign. Religious leaders actually. Now the religious leaders may not make a new scripture, but whatever already scriptures are there, that can be interpreted in such a way that it is relevant to the 21st century. Supreme Court, as you know, do not make the laws. They only interpret the laws actually in such a way that it is relevant to the present century. In the same way, religious leaders, for example, where is God? Different opinions are there. God is everywhere. Who created us actually? God created us. That means whether you are a Brahmin or Dalit or a Gauda or Naidus or Reddis, actually anybody, whichever the community that you belong to, they're all created by God. And where is God? God is also within us. So then if God is within me, it is also there in the another person who belong to every caste. If I'm discriminating a Dalit, actually I'm also discriminating the God, because God lies everywhere, including the Dalit, actually Brahmin everywhere. Everything is a creation of God. Sarva Dharma Samabhava, everybody is equal. So Gandhiji's talisman, by interpreting the religious scriptures, we need to help, try to remove this. You can give the example of Sai Pallavi, because she's also taken a decision not to promote a fairness cream. So these are all the example that you can use it to bring the changes. If you remember, you can also use example about the people and tree, because this is such changes actually, not only about the untouchability issue. Even in people and tree, there was a discrimination based on the gender was there. They consider only male is a asset, woman is a liability. And but who is the? Do you remember the local politician from people and tree who has tried to end the discrimination? Can somebody quote his name without looking at your notes or Google? Pawan Kalyan to promise not to promote the soft drinks. Okay, if he's done that is super. Sai Krishna says Rupa, no Rupa, and Shalu says Baba Amte. No, he's not Baba Amte. So you forgot. We have been discussing from last 8 days and you have forgotten. How is it? So after classes, if 2 3 days if you don't take, you'll forget me and my class also. You forget me, that's completely fine. But don't forget our class and content. P-Plantry, recall fast. Yes, Tazin, you're right. Sham Sundar Paliwal, right? Yes, Sham. Now we are coming with the emotional intelligence. Now you ask me any doubts that you have related to the emotional intelligence. Sorry. I'm listening to you. You can ask any question related to this attitude. Sai Krishna want to know how to improve the EQ that is related to emotional intelligence. We are ready to start. Ask some doubt related to attitude. No. How to have the never give up attitude, and sometimes we may feel lazy. Examples of emotional intelligence. No, actually, we are ready to come to the emotional intelligence guide 3. Now, I want you to recall everything that you learned about attitude and make sure that you have clarity and no doubt so that we'll go ahead into the EI. I am not sure of organic and inorganic attitude. Where do you, is there is any such attitude, I will update you, Akula. Or do you just, you know about it? If you know, you can share it with us. Logos, ethos, pathos, how they are different actually, how they are same. If you recall, it is very clear differences are there in the ethos, pathos, and logos. I will answer Sai Krishna your question. So, logos, ethos, pathos, how are they different is one question. There is a very clear difference, and we have explained to you. Ethos talks about who has to give the persuasion. Ethos says that usually a person with good character, on whom actually common people trust, one who has authority, one who has done some achievement. If that person can persuade, it will be more effective. That is what is ethos. While logos and pathos talks about how do we have to persuade. Logos says that whenever you are trying to persuade, persuade based on the logic using data, facts, and evidences. Pathos says that try to bring changes in their emotion. Use appropriate stories in your communication or in the persuasion, so that will have a better, and that all that we have explained with example when we explained persuasion in the beginning of the class. Sir, how to have a never give up attitude? It is something that we have to cultivate. For example, never give up. So, like I have a dream, I should know why I'm dreaming for this. Is it even necessary? Why I'm clearing for this examination? Why I'm preparing for this examination? How my life changes actually once I clear this examination? And then sometimes failures will come. And even never give up attitude is not also right also. It is not appropriate always. First of all, we no need to have a never give up attitude actually. Okay, I know that I want to prepare for this examination. These are the plannings I will do. Failures are common, and when 5 lakh people are writing and we don't know how they are preparing, and there are only 1,000 vacancies are there, it is even wrong to expect that I will clear the examination. I will try my best. If I clear, that's fine. If I don't clear, that is fine. That is, if I don't clear, what are the other options I have? This is the attitude or mindset required for the civil service aspirant. In generally, as a civil service aspirant, you should no need to have the never give up attitude. Sometimes giving up is good actually. So first thing, is it necessary to have a never give up attitude at all? How to change the mindset of parents relating to the PRV cases. What is this actually? Can you elaborate it further? What is this PRV VR cases you are talking about? Sai Krishna, how to change the mindset of parents relating to dash cases? Which cases? Sir, if I recall my mind sometimes, it become blank now. How to overcome that? If it is becoming blank, actually it is good. Okay, but what is the problem there? If you recall something, you are unable to recall. If that is your problem, why we are not able to recall? We may not have a proper revision. First, any so many incidents happening in our first of all, we no need to remember everything. Past is past over. But subject related, if you are not able to recall, there are two problems are there. If any content, unless we have some health problems, if we have health problems, then we may not be able to recall. Otherwise, there are two reasons that we are not able to recall. One, we have not understood. Usually, if we do not understand, we cannot recall. Second, we have not done enough revision. That's why we do not understand or we do not remember. So, if you are not able to recall anything, make sure that you understand it clearly. And then you have to do proper revision. As you said, anything that you study for the first time, like whatever you study attitude, you suppose we'll assume that you have understood everything, but you are not redoing the revision. After 7 days, you see there will be some confusion. Many of the aspirants who are attending the classes here, more than 90%, they will not look at the ethics after 9:30. Like that means class is over at 9:30. They will close that and they will open at 6 a.m. only next tomorrow actually. Like that they do. And once ethics is over, now for example, February 8th, approximately, like hypothetically, ethics is over. Then they will never look at actually ethics from February 9th and they will think, Array, let me focus on prelims. And they look at only after writing the prelims. Then actually, Array, in class we understood everything, but now I am not able to recall anything. If you are not able to recall, you are a normal human being actually, because for a normal human being, you cannot recall anything that you have not done a revision. So that is the 90% too. And depending upon the branch, 99% they do only this. And they say that, sir, sir taught so many things, but now we are not able to recall. So problem with class only. No problem with the revision. So we need to review anything that we study at least once in a 24 hours. That is why we say, whatever we teach today, before you attend tomorrow's class, please revise at least once. Then was 7 days. Whatever you study in the last 6 days, actually, before you start another day, every day you should not study the new things. Actually, at least one day kept for a revision. In the 6 days, whatever I've studied, the seventh day I should revise, and then we'll go. And then once in a month, at least actually 30 days, you will revise whatever you studied in the whole month. You revise, and once in a 3 months, actually. So in that way, if you keep on revising, only then you remember as a common human being. Without doing that, if somebody is expecting that, sir, I'm not able to recall, yes, you do not recall because it is natural. Suppose, sir, one student want to know, sir, imagine if a 12-year-old boy is teasing and harassing a girl. We can't take a serious action on that boy because he is actually very young. We can't boycott his from the school because of his future will spoil. How to deal? A 12-year-old by teasing and harassing. First, we will actually call to that person, and first we'll tell that actually logically, emotionally, we'll talk to that person why this person, whatever you are teasing or harassing is wrong and not appropriate. What is the problem that is created? Imagine you have a little sister actually, and if somebody has harassed you, will that be correct or not? Try to persuade. Even after that he's doing, you can call, invite the parents actually, and you with the help of parents you try to convince why you should not do. After that you can also give a sufficient warning to that person. Actually, you no need to remove that. If next time if I see that you are teasing or commenting, we may have to take a strict action. Then parents also may try actually reward punishment approach. You should not do that. If you don't do, you are missing something actually. Or if you continue to show good behavior, you may get some chocolates or other prizes actually. So reward punishment mechanism from the parents, and explaining logically, if not actually warning them. All these are the steps that you can take, Mamata. Okay, you want to talk about the previous case actually, how to change the mindset of parents relating to the previous cases. Any of the untouchability or something, see, with respect to first thing, if our parents has some opinion which is different from us, it is not necessary that we change everything. But in this case of parents, whatever the drama that we did actually here are the the sorry initiations that we have taken, all these are to change the mindset of the parents only. Like I myself as a sarpanch, I'm going and eating, I'm giving importance about the law of the land. We are inviting celebrities if possible, we are inviting local people, we are talking to the religious leaders. So when we say, when we take talk to the religious leaders, we are not convincing just religious leaders. We convince religious leaders go and convince the parents. That's what we have discussed, Mr. Sai Krishna. So, in terms of fitness, successful cricketer Virat Kohli, he comes under ethos, pathos, word included his inspiring story. How he achieved his fitness, the logos would be actually how his fitness helped him in the scoring the more. Yes, Mahima. See, first of all, Virat Kohli itself is talking about the fitness. Suppose that is ethos. Then if suppose he can he is talking about his story, like how he was, suppose he was very obese and all, or how he was normally and then was started working and all. By using the little stories and all, that can changes the emotion, it can be pathos. And logically also explain what is a normal what is happening in a normal body and the fitness body, what are the advantages. With the data he explains, then that can be an example of logos also. Yes, Mahima, you're right. Okay, no problem. If some other person asked, actually, fine. Actually, as there are two Chitturis, sometimes there may be a confusion. Don't worry. When we say name, if it is different, don't take personally. That's all. How to change someone's attitude towards any situation? That's what we did, no persuasion. Try if it is not working, and then you should not try everybody's attitude in any situation. First of all, it is not necessary to change the attitude, only undesirable, and if it is having an impact on the society, you have to change. When you are trying to change, use ethos, pathos, logos to change them, or social influence to change them. Does this work? Try and check, Shwetaji, and you have to tell after the experimenting. It has been worked actually. We have seen the example where it is worked actually. It might work also. Check. How can we revise all the subjects? Same method if you follow. Every concept that we study, like for 6 days, whatever we study, that you revise on the seventh day. 1 month, whatever you study, before starting the new month, you will revise it. Once in a 3 months, you will go on studying so that any subject, every subject that you study will be revised. In current affairs, you study something about poverty, recall everything that you studied about poverty. Does persuasion work? That's what again you have to try and check. Student is not going to school even after the parents and teachers persuasion. How to tackle him? We should explain the importance of school. We should go to give the rewards actually initially, because they cannot understand. We may give, if you go to the school every day for 5, 6 days actually, or 6 days in a week, you will get, they are in need of something. As a child, they are dependent on the parents actually for their needs and wants actually. We can take this as an advantage actually, and they will get some rewards only if they attend the school, focus on the class and everything, then we can do. Last question we'll take and then go to the next topic. How to change attitude of elderly as they may not be ready to listen regarding the caste actually. To the extent they are ready to listen, we will explain, and based on the role that you are playing actually also will work. Again, as I told you, it is not necessary to change all the attitude. Whatever, wherever I have so many attitudes, suppose this person who thinks that, like suppose my parents think that intercaste marriages are bad, suppose hypothetically, I no need to change them. That's okay, let them have that opinion. Unless I want to go for an intercaste marriage, actually I need to convince, only then I should work on them. Suppose my parents think that homosexual relations or marriages are bad, let them think like that only. I no need to change them. I need to change only if I am going for a homosexual relations. So today is Summer's birthday, but first priority is actually to study actually, and I revise after the class. So very very no, many happy returns of the day, Summer. All the best for your goals. Giving gifts is not to be making them greedy. No, it is not. Greedy is different from giving the gifts. And if somebody is working more to get the gifts, actually, that is not at all a problem. In the initially, they don't know why they are doing, but in order to inculcate, giving them rewards to get appropriate behavior is not unethical. Sir, generally alcohol is not good to health, but if we try to preach same thing, they say the words like it is my personal choice. Even it also talks about right to privacy, right to life. How to tackle that's whatever they are saying is right, Mamata. So you should not interfere. If somebody is taking alcohol and if they are enjoyed, they are aware of what are the negative consequences that happens, and that is their personal choice. But of course, if somebody is taking alcohol and driving or domestic violence, then that is wrong. We take action. That is not a personal choice. If somebody with their own money, they drink and sleep or enjoy that actually, and they are aware of the consequences, then that is their personal choice. So no need to tackle whatever they said is correct. We should respect their opinion. Okay. So these are the beautiful questions and the answers that we have discussed. Now we are going to discuss a very, very important topic of our discussion, emotional intelligence. Now, once again, before I go into this, actually, please tell me, what do you know about the emotional intelligence? So I'm reading the some of the points written by the aspirants. According to them, EA is about balancing emotions, keeping our emotions under control and act wisely is called as emotional intelligence. Controlling your emotions and expressing at right time. According to Shalu, emotional intelligence is controlling your emotion. Okay, so not taking decision to harm oneself. If I'm not harming myself, oh, I'm an emotional intelligent person. Not allowing the emotions to cloud your mental and the physical activities. According to Ganesh, emotional attachment means emotional intelligence. Decisions are acts done by the emotions. Okay, friends, that is super. Now listen to my explanation for some time. Once again, you might have some doubts related to this actually. So you might have a doubts, but first listen to me completely for the next 20 minutes, okay? Just enjoy this 20 minutes. After that, if you have any doubt, I'm very happy to answer this. See, there are two words are there. One is emotion, another is intelligence. Let's we understand it separately and then we will also understand it together. So then first is emotions. So in your mind, please think what is an emotion? And then the next word is intelligence. Yes, listen carefully, enjoy that. So usually when we think of emotion, what comes to our mind? Emotions is actually like, for example, happiness is an emotion. Sadness is an emotion. Anger is an emotion. Then fear also is an emotion. Surprise is an emotion. Disgust is an emotion. Happiness is an emotion. Sadness is an emotion. Anger is an emotion. Fear is an emotion. Surprise is an emotion. Disgust is also an emotion. Usually, these are considered to be the six basic emotions. Based on the different proportions and combination, we develop other emotion. While these are the six basic emotions. What is an emotion? Emotions are the complex psychological state which is considered to be the complex psychological state. In this state involves three components. One is subjective experience. Focus on the class, make sure you are understanding subjective experience. Second one is physiological response. And third one is behavioral response. So emotions are the complex psychological state. It involves subjective experience, physiological response, and the behavioral response. All this together. What does it mean? Now imagine this situation. Listen to me, okay? One day, husband and wife are having a conversation. And in this conversation, wife asks husband, actually, my dear husband, so tell me, suppose if I die suddenly, what will happen? And he said, "Hey, don't tell this actually. For that very happiness that you died, I may get a heart attack." He says like this. Arey, my dear husband, you always make a fun of me actually. I'm asking seriously. Tell me, suppose if I die, what will you do? Then this person says, okay, I will answer. First, you tell me, suppose as now I'm a husband, if I die actually, what happens to you? What will you do? Wife will tell, what else to do, my dear husband? Actually, whatever the remaining time I have, actually without you it is very difficult to live, but still I have to live. Actually, I continue to live with my younger sister. I have younger sister. Actually, I will continue to live with her. Now she asks, now tell my dear husband, what will you do if I die? Then husband will say, my dear wife, I will also do the same thing. After you die, I will continue to live with your younger sister, actually. Now, suppose when I say this, actually, some of you may feel funny. Some of you may feel that actually how it is unethical, actually. Some of you also might get anger, actually, or irritated, actually. So all this can happen, right? So some of you don't have any, response. Some of you find it very funny. Some of you find it little bit funny. Some of you get even anger also. The joke is same, or whatever my incident that is explained is same. While some people may get angry, how can actually he is living with her younger sister and all, and in ethics class you are taking these silly jokes, actually. Some people may get angry. Intentionally we told this incident so that some people may get angry, some people may find it funny, some people no response. Now incident is same, each of you experienced it in a different way. Normally if in the offline class we see that actually, in fact when we say this, actually especially in the local language, whenever we take in whichever the state, if we can able to tell, you can clearly see the different emotions, actually. So this is called subjective experience. Now incident is same, but each of you felt in a different way. That is called subjective experience. Somebody lost, suppose imagine Ramesh lost his father, Suresh lost his father. Both of them may have a different impact on them. That is called subjective experiences. Now, in different emotions, there is so much of physiological responses are happening. Imagine you are going at a night 12 o'clock, actually, and you have challenged your friend that you will go to the graveyard and come back. In that graveyard in the morning at 12 o'clock, you have kept one flower and you told him that I'll go in the night 12 o'clock and get that. And you decided to go alone, actually, and there is nobody is actually, except you. Earlier, somehow you challenged, now you are going and you are about to move, actually, but somebody is, you felt like it is somebody's pulling you. And imagine night 12 o'clock, you are not even ready to see what is that behind, actually. All those devil stories are coming, you are trying to move forward and somebody, stopping you from moving. And then you see that actually, and it was some, actually some bush, the tree related bush which was stuck, that's all, actually. So in that is in that situation, or when you are walking and some dog, dog started chasing you and all, and suddenly you heard some sad news. In all those situations, what is happening, sometimes body starts shivering, rate of respiration increases, pulse rate increases, face become red, tears we started getting, we'll start getting tears. All this is called physiological response. All this is called as physiological response. And then whenever you are in an emotion, how do you express? When you get very happy emotion, you may just go and hug the other person. When you get angry, you slap the other person. You just go away from that. You use the phone language, and sometimes this is called behavioral response. So an emotion is a complex psychological state which involves all the three things. Whenever something happened, how you felt about that, what is happening in the body, how you are showing it to the outside. All these three together is inverse. That is an emotion. Normally, even when a little emotional changes are happening with respect to anger, fear, all this happen, but we may not feel it. When you little bit get anger also, you somehow you don't like somebody and that person is passing, you trigger that anger, actually. When you get just normal and you saw that person and started getting anger, in that also there is a subjective experience, physiological response, behavioral response will happen. Emotions are important in the human communication or in the even human relations. Emotions will help you to understand me, and actually I can understand you. In online, that is one minus, actually I cannot see your emotion unless you send smileys. But normally in an offline classes, when you see, when we can observe the students and see whether they're understanding or not, whether they're curious or not, is it boring or not, is it interesting or not. So normally what happens, okay, if they're boring or something, we create some fun, actually, or we show some videos related to this, then we'll come back to the class, we'll make them do some exercises. So these emotions help us to understand each other. It plays an important role in improving the relationships, actually. Emotions helps to understand each other. Some emotions can be short-lived. Suppose you go to a Taj Mahal and you see for the first time and you feel, wow, so marvelous. You cannot be surprised for a long time. Or maybe sadness. Some emotions can be long-lasting. Suppose generally there's a love breakup happened. Suppose you are in relationship with another person, and because of some reason there is a breakup, and that feeling may continue for a longer time actually. Like for example, you may after 3 days you go to a cafe coffee day and you recall, okay, I came to this place with that person, now is no more. You go to a park for a walking, you recall. It may continue even after your marriage, so that your son or daughter, you will keep actually your ex person's names and everything, so it may continue. While some emotions are short lived, some other emotions can be long lasting. Emotions helps to understand each other. This is called emotion. Now what is intelligence? Intelligence is the application of knowledge. Application of knowledge in the right time, in the right way, to get desired result. To get the desired result, that's called as an intelligence. So application of the knowledge in the right time, in the right way, to get the desired result. I'm talking about only intelligence. If you remember, in one of the previous class we discussed, I can use this knowledge for good purpose or bad purpose. Suppose as a sarpanch, I know what is the role of my sarpanch, what are my powers, what are my limitation, I understand what are the natural resources are available. This is knowledge applied in such a way, so we are able to install the solar panels at every home, windmills wherever it is appropriate, and able to create electricity by using that. And then we also started selling excess to the state electricity board and get more money and drinking water. So it is application of knowledge in the right time, in the right way, to get the result, so that Odendure becomes smart city. That is intelligence. Suppose I understood banking system, how this bank work actually, what are the timings of employees, where the CCTV cameras are located, how, what is secret locker, what is technology followed, and everything. And I was able to, using this, we apply that knowledge in the right time and right way, and we are able to do the bank robbery. That is also intelligence here. So that is intelligence. Now what is emotional intelligence? Actually, if we combine together, then you have this emotional intelligence. One definition of emotional intelligence: replace the word knowledge with emotions. There you will get emotional intelligence. Application of emotions, or use of emotions in the right time, in the right way, to get the desired result. That's all is the emotional intelligence. First definition is application of emotions in the right time, in the right way, to get the desired result. I will explain, you will get clarity. I think that this definition is clear to you. Application of emotions in the right time, in the right way, to get the desired result. Okay, good. Now listen to me. Now, if I'm a person with emotional intelligence, do I have to get anger, or I should not get anger, according to you? A person with emotional intelligence should get anger or should not get anger? They should get anger or they should not get anger? Okay. So getting anger is easy. Anybody can get the anger. That is easy. But if you can express your anger in the right time, in the right way, for the right purpose, with the right person, at the right degree, that is an emotional intelligence. Or in the place of anger, you can replace it with the emotion. So you can replace this anger with actually an emotion. Then you are creating the second definition of this. Anybody can expresses the emotion, but if you can express those emotions in the right time, in the right way, for the right purpose, with the right person, at the right degree. So suppose whenever, so like parents, you see that actually, suppose kids, they went to a party and they are making the mistake, they are doing something nonsense, then they may not express their anger now. They go to the home and then they will take the action. So right then, suppose they, wife see husband is talking to another woman, actually in isolation, come home, I'll take care of you or something. So that so they are expressing anger, but not in the party, after going home. So what is the right time to express? How can I express my anger? Through the words I can express, through the actions I can express, through the non-verbal communication I can express. Now I am also aware why I am expressing that anger, what is the purpose of that. Normally we want to convey that whatever you are doing is not right and you need to change. That is why, that may be the purpose. And with whom I am communicating. Suppose I may want to show that actually, for example, like just may, for example, Madhur is copying in the examination or talking too much. Actually, we may tell actually Raghav, what Raghav, I do. What do you think that copying in the exam is right? Actually, Raghav say, because he has not done. No, sir, it is not correct. Actually, why do you think it is wrong? We may be having the conversation actually, but message may be reaching to the other person actually. So, with what person you are expressing the emotion and what degree? At a lesser degree or moderate or higher degree? At what degree? That is called as emotional intelligence. Some people say, see, don't make me angry. If I get angry, I don't know what I will do. Then they are telling that they don't have emotional intelligence. If you have emotional intelligence, you have emotion. Yeah, is not about not having emotion, not having too much of emotion, but these emotions that you are expressing in your control, you know what emotion you are expressing, why you are expressing emotions and everything, then you are a person with emotional intelligence. Another definition, hope this is clear to you. Now, what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is an ability of a person to understand one's emotion and emotions of others, and responding to a situation appropriately. Ability of a person to understand one's emotions and emotions of other people and responding to a situation appropriately. That is known as emotional intelligence. What is that? I will explain to you. Now imagine husband and wife. Husband is having the breakfast, getting ready for the office. Because of some reason, breakfast was supposed to normally prepared at 8 o'clock. Now today it has become 8:15, and he was eating actually so fast because office vehicle is already ready. And when he started eating, actually, some after some time, already the bike, or the taxi which is ready to pick this person is making the horn, like making sound that he has to come. Okay, he will eat completely. After that, actually, he has to take some medicine. He will take one bottle syrup actually as a part of some health issues. After having the food, he will take some syrup and have the syrup actually. Now, because it was getting late, he will keep on this table, a small food table where he is having the food. He will keep the syrup bottle. I'm getting late, my dear. So please take, keep it in its place. I am getting late, so I am leaving to the office. So he will go to the office. But his wife, she is busy in the kitchen, doing her kitchen household works and everything. So okay, let me keep it later. But they are having a 3-year-old kid. This kid was observing what father is doing and all. Mother is busy in the kitchen now. Nobody else actually. This baby will come closer to the table actually. Come and stand up with the help of the table. And the syrup bottle was not closed properly, so the baby opens the bottle, and this baby observed that father drink that, so this baby also take the syrup and drink it completely. After drinking for some time, it started crying because of course some uncomfortable happened. That is for an older person, that in small quantity that person has to take, and this baby started crying. The mother will actually come and see that actually what happened to this kid, and understood, okay, the see the bottle and everything, understood. So she suddenly take him to the ambulance. Well, sorry, take him to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, actually, while going in an auto, she calls an auto nearby and take this baby along with hospital. She informs her husband something happened to her kid. The baby is crying actually. I'm going to hospital, if possible please, or you also come. Now, for this husband, he has just reached the hospital, office actually. Yes, there are so many targets are pending. Manager is putting the pressure and everything, and suddenly he got a call that actually this is what happened, and now his anger got triggered. One side concern is there actually. Suppose he will go to the hospital, and you see that actually he see that actually his wife is crying. As treatment is happening to that child, actually he go to his wife and say nonsense. Don't you have any common sense? I told you to keep the syrup bottle in its place. You did not do that. That is why this happened. If anything happened to my son, I will not leave you. That this everything. Suppose he does this. This is an example for lack of emotional intelligence. Now, suppose as a husband, if I would have an emotional intelligence, I go to the office and I see that okay, important task is there, but somehow thing happened. Now, the moment when get a call from my wife, actually, see, yes, okay, it shouldn't have been happened. Okay, whatever happened, actually, let me see what else can be done. Okay, I'll take the permission from the office and go to that. Come, I'll go. While going that, see, first thing when I know that my 3-year-old kid is actually, it would have taken a few seconds. I should have only kept the syrup in right place. It is my mistake also that when I know that there is a 3-year-old kid not keeping the syrup is my mistake. Then now as a father, when I'm feeling so much bad, when mother actually, of course, she has so much love, care, concern in generally, and when she suppose she might also feel that it is her negligence that is causing, she will be in so much of sadness. Suppose I go to the hospital actually and wake, she will be crying, she will come suddenly to me. So suppose if I can hug her and kiss on her forehead and tell that don't worry dear, nothing will happen, doctors are there, they will take care of it, it's a small syrup actually bottle, nothing will happen, he will get well soon. Now with the second response and with the first response, outcome of the treatment will remain same, but the way I responded in the first case, actually anger and all, already she is in a sad that I'm increasing her sadness. In second case, is at least in a little way I'm trying to decrease her sadness. Now, what happens in a relationships management when everything is well, everybody will be good actually. When the crisis situation come, how do we respond actually shows. Now this incident's over, the baby will get treatment, actually will come out everything well actually. But after 1 week or 10 days, if the woman recalls this incident, I was so sad actually, but my husband consoled me a lot. That increases her love towards her husband, that laid a foundation for other, better relationships and all. Now, suppose baby got treatment and all, but if this husband scolded well, actually, that also has an impact. When I'm already in a sad, this husband created much more sadness, actually. So here, what is that? As a husband, I have the ability to understand my own emotion. Yes, I should. What I know at one side there is an office-related issue, family-related issues are there. I know what is happening in my body, mind. I should be able to recall. I should also be able to understand what's happening in my wife's case, actually. That is ability to understand emotions of other person in the context and responding in such a way that actually it is beneficial for both of us. That is known as an emotional intelligence. It is not just important in the personal life, it is important in the professional life. Imagine the case actually, suppose there is you are a civil servant working in the Manipur area, and suppose some violence is happening between the two tribal communities. And so that is why CM has called a meeting of the some important civil servants to discuss about the issues related to this Manipur violence that is happening. What are the actions? What are how do we have to respond and everything? He told that tomorrow 10 a.m. there is an important meeting is there, so you have to attend. So I am the one of the civil servant who was supposed to attend the meeting along with other civil servants at the CM. I know that it's an important meeting because we need to take important decisions, everything. So I plan to, today morning, it is now 7 o'clock. I am planning in such a way that I'll reach by 9:45 only. I also informed my driver, everything was ready, we packed. So we are on the way. So if we go in this time, we will reach by 9:45. But on the way to this meeting where it is happening, I saw that a mother and child were actually met with an accident. They are severely bleeding. One who made accident, he went away. Now nobody is in the road, and you felt very sad to see that. You tried to call an ambulance, it was not reaching. You did the first aid, called the ambulance, but not reachable. So you thought that let me take to the nearest hospital. With the help of driver, you took these two people and went to the nearest hospital, done some formal procedure, and then you reached to the meeting. But by the time you come to the meeting, it is 10:15. Okay, 10:15 is over. Now it was supposed to come at 10 o'clock. You open the door actually. And the moment you open the door, CM is there, under the civil servants, your seniors, subordinates, co-workers, everybody is there. And this CM actually started scolding. Don't you have any common sense? It is an important issue that we are discussing. You are supposed to come at 10 o'clock and coming at 10:15. These civil servants have no punctuality that this. So CM started scolding so many things. Normally, as a person who cleared this IAS officer in this situation, you may get anger and you say that, Array CM, first ask why did I came late? I have cleared IAS, you did not even clear 10th class, and you are telling me what should I do? You might feel like that. Normally, if you are a very common person. But now, as a civil servant, now you can see ability to understand my own emotion. First, I need to know that office going to the meeting is very important. But I'm seeing that two people are actually, they're bleeding, severely bleeding. Actually, what is it? There are so many things happening in my body and mind. Is I am completely aware of that. What is all happening in my body and mind? Actually, I'm aware that I'm also getting late to the meeting and everything. And I know that because CM is not aware why I came late, he might be angered and he might get anger. I am prepared for that. When you go to the meeting, actually, when you open and when he started scolding, or if somebody is scolding, and especially higher authority, and whenever we try to explain, they may not be ready to listen. It lead to the further argument. Ask sorry, and like suppose I'll ask sorry sir, sorry for the delay, apologies for the delay. Then go and attend the meeting. Let the meeting is happen. After that, I'll try to meet the CM and explain what happened and everything. Then he is cool to understand. So that may be a better response, or you may have a better response based on the slight changes in the situation. So this is an ability of a person. So I should understand my emotion. I should be able to predict the CM's emotion and response in such a way that both of our relationship will continue together. This is known as emotional intelligence. The definition of emotional intelligence. Any doubts before we take the break? For now, if you have any doubt, you can ask. What are the different ideas, how to get everything? We will discuss it. Emotional intelligence involves persuasion. It can involve persuasion, of course. In order to deal with the situation, we might have to persuade. Please explain subjective, psychological, and behavioral response. Were you there, Chitturi, when we explained that? We have explained in detail. Whenever an incident happened, how you take it, that is subjective experience. Suppose Ramesh lost his father, based on how much emotions that he is having and all, there is an impact is created that his father is no more. But actually his daughter, his sister Lakshmi is there. So there is a Lakshmi and Ramesh is there. Lakshmi, suppose, maybe so much emotionally attached to the father, her father is no more. Impact on Lakshmi is different, impact on Ramesh is different. That is subjective experience. Once we get an impact about an incident, what is the changes happening in our body? Like, increase, a body start shivering, increase in the rate of respiration, the pulse rate, tears coming actually through our ears, face becoming the red. These are all called as physiological response. And in that, like, we started crying, face become red and all. How do we express? Actually, by using the word. Sometimes we say, oh, like, dad, actually, how can you leave us so early? We had, so much actually happiness we shared. I'm not able to leave without you that days actually. So how do we express it? Is behavioral response. What is happening in the body is physiological response. What is the impact that had actually is a subjective experience. Okay, this is about the emotional intelligence, what it is actually. But we will understand more about the emotional intelligence after the small break. So we'll take a break and we will meet at 10:20 a.m. So it's a break time, and the class starts at 8:20 a.m. Enjoy the break and come back to the class. So, hi friends. So, welcome to you all for the class of ethics, integrity, and aptitude. After a small break, shall we continue our journey, or any doubts you have? Sometimes we did few things in anger, but after few time we remember that it is not in a right actually, and yes, we do in the earlier times, but as a person, when we started growing up, actually, we need to make sure that we develop higher levels of emotional intelligence. And 80% of your success, according to many psychologists, depends upon this one important quality known as emotional intelligence. It's okay in the previous context, in future, we'll improve. Yes, friends, those who have joined, any doubts? Respond, please. Those who are here, any doubts? So, yes or no? Am I audible? No doubts. Okay. Rashida says. No doubts. Okay. Thank you, friends. Let's we go ahead. So, observe your six basic emotions: happiness, sadness, fear, disgust, anger, and surprise. And with the different pro combinations, we may have other emotions. So there are some definitions you will get it. So if you understand two, three definition, that is sufficient. Just for your information, you may learn two, three quotes related to this also that we have also provided, which is taken from the Brainy quotes. Just observe this definition. EI is the capacity to be aware of. So aware of emotions. Control, ability to control. When we say control, not only reduction. Control means increase or decrease. Control actually, like fan regulator, controller. And they expresses one's emotion. So that means, like in this, for this definition, I'm able to understand what is happening in my body. See, again, every emotion, whenever you are afraid of something, when you are getting fear, your body and mind is trying to tell you something. When you feel happy, it is trying to tell you something. When you are getting irritated, it is telling you something actually. So you should aware of it. You should be able to control, and you should know how to express it. And handle the interpersonal relationship. One person interacting with another person in judiciously, in the best possible way, and also understanding the other person from their perspective, that is empathetically. This is one definition. Like this we can create 100 definitions. Just make sure that you are aware of it. Another, Travis Bradbury says, emotional intelligence is your ability to recognize and understand the emotions in yourself and others, and your ability to use this awareness to manage your behavior and relationships. So same point explained in a different way. You can go through some of these definitions. And if you remember, we have discussed this definition of Aristotle. Anybody can become angry, that is easy, but to be angry with the right person, right degree, right time, for the right purpose, and in the right way, that is not in everybody's power. And if you can do that, then that is a sign of emotional intelligence, actually. It is not easy. And it is not easy. Now, focus here. So, if somebody has to develop emotional intelligence, or you want to inculcate in emotional intelligence in other people, then we need to focus on four components, in which the first component is self-awareness. Keep writing. Self-awareness. Second one is self-management. Third component is social awareness. Fourth one is relationship management. Just go through these four and see what this might be: self awareness, self management, social awareness, and the relationship management. These are the four components of emotional intelligence. If I want to get emotional intelligence, there are the four areas I need to focus on. First one is knowing myself. I will explain each of these concepts in detail, or we will have a discussion on each of these. In simple, what is self awareness? As the literally the name says, I have to know about myself. What should I know about myself? Can you tell something? Self awareness means it is a process of knowing about ourselves. What do we have to know about ourselves? Is it our height, weight, blood pressure, sugar levels, platelets count? What triggers us we should know? Good. Yeah, you should be keep responding. See, normally what we do in offline classes, actually we say, see, they will respond, but in online we don't know whether you are listening or not, so we have to make sure, so you have to keep participating. Thank you. So level of ethics and values, our emotions, that's good. Our abilities, yes, we need to know about ourselves. Once we know about ourselves, see, now once I understood myself, I'm supposed doing something good in my life actually, and I'm very happy with that, it's fine. This self awareness that we discuss, actually it is common to all the people. But self management, when we discuss, so whenever I feel that I am here but I want to reach here, that means my goals and aspirations are different, then there are appropriate changes I have to make within myself. We will discuss the self management from the perspective of a civil service aspirant. If you are a common person now, okay, you have to understand who are you. Once you understood, if you want to become a civil servant in the future, how do you have to manage yourself? What are the qualities you should learn? What are the qualities you should unlearn? There are few things to learn and unlearn. That is known as self management. Now, I have understood myself. I was able to learn and earn myself. That is self management, also, I did actually. And then we need to go for a social awareness. Now, what is this social awareness? Here, other than me, whoever is there, they're all part of society. For example, now I am as an individual. Other than me, there is my family is there. So father, mother, brother, sister, everybody will be there. So here, I need to understand the emotions of my family members, what they like, what they don't like, what makes them happy, what makes them sad, what makes them irritated, everything. We need to know that. Why do know? Because at individual level, I should know myself because I have a responsibility to keep myself happy. I need to know about my family because I have a responsibility to make my family happy. Then I work in an organization. I should know about the organization, their goals and objectives. What is my role in the organization? How I can contribute for the welfare of organization. This is at organizational level. So I understood about my family, about the organization. And the third one, we live in a society, we live in a certain state, district, actually we should understand common people culture, their values actually. What is their tradition, what are the values that these people are having? Knowing everything is known as social awareness. So now I know myself, manage myself, social awareness is also there. Then we need to manage the relationship. There are two types of relationship. One is private relationship and the public relationship. Actually, we need to manage so that we will make sure that we are happy in both the relationships and we are also achieving the success both for ourselves and with the partner, the private or the professional partners that we have. They are happy and successful. In order to achieve that, there are few things that we have to follow, that we will discuss in emotional intelligence. This is a brief overview of what we are going to discuss and what are the components. Let us we start with first one, that is self awareness. Observe this. Observe this slide. So first is self awareness. We are discussing, you as an individual should aware of something about you. That is, first you should have you have emotion, but you should know what makes you happy, what makes you sad, what makes you fear, what makes you anger. Suppose say don't make me anger, then means somebody else can make you anger. But normally they said that nobody can hurt you without your permission. Like nobody can hurt me without my permission. Somebody can hurt me physically without my permission also. But if somebody can hurting is mentally, I am allowing that to happen. That is in my control. Because different people may say different things actually. Because of them, we should not get hurt. But finally, whenever I'm free, actually, we have to do upavasa. Do you know what is upavasa means? Have you heard of this word upavasa? Yes, many of you are saying that, and generally it is considered that upavasa means fasting, but it is not, or it is not just that. Upa means near or closer. Vasa means dwelling or living actually. The literal meaning of upavasa is actually living or sitting close to somebody. Listen to this. Usually, according to our tradition, it is said that once in a 15 days, we are sit too close to somebody. We need to sit close to somebody and analyze our life, introspect our life. Actually, who am I? What is the purpose of my life? What I want to achieve in my life? And we'll get, okay, if this is what I want to achieve actually in my life, how was the last 15 days in my life? Was I happy? Okay, that on Thursday, the last Thursday, just I'm giving hypothetical example, I was so happy. Why? Okay, I went a trip with my friends actually. Okay, now I felt happy about the trip. But is the place responsible for that happiness? The people around me are responsible? Or the journey that we had responsible? Or the destination was made me happy? So what exactly that made me happy? I should analyze. I should ask this question and I will find the answer for it. So I will get more clarity what exactly makes me happy. This Friday, I got irritated on that person actually. Why did I get irritated? Is that person responsible? Or some act that is done by that person responsible? Or I did not had breakfast, that is why did I get angry? That may be the reason. So I should have a clarity what are the issues that makes me anger and why that is making me anger, why I was afraid to do something. This person asked me help actually. I could have helped actually, but I said no. Why did I say no? So ask so many questions actually, and you will find the answer. What exactly makes you happy, sad, fear, and anger? In doing this upavasa, so upavasa means actually you are sitting close to somebody and doing analyzing. And you are asking this question, what do I really want most in my life? So many times what happens, many times we don't know what do we really want. Our parents will tell you should become doctor, your teachers may tell you should become IAS, and you are trying to do, or they may say you should buy a BMW car to be happy, you should go to America to be happy, you should marry a beautiful girl to be happy, you should marry a successful person to become happy. So in this way so many things are there, but what do I really want most in my life? Whenever in the last 15 days I am free, what is that issue I was thinking again and again? Now, suppose if I have extra money, some money that I have to use it for normal basic needs, fine. But if I get an extra money that I have, where I am not answerable to anybody, how I would like to spend that money? That tells a lot about you. Now, many times you may not be able to share it here, but but when you answer yourself, if you get extra money, how you would like to share? If you have extra leisure, or if you have a time which is leisure, that is free, you no need to do work actually, compulsory works. Then you have an option to do anything. Then how you would like to spend that free time that you have? With whom company that you enjoy? Whom do I consider as a role model? What is that issue I find it silly or laugh about it actually? Ask all this question and you find the answer actually. All this will give you a clarity about yourself. Normally what happens when we sit close to somebody and do this self introspection, other person is listening to me, I may not be able to speak openly. This person, when they listen, what is the problem? They may take advantages of our weaknesses or the mistakes that we have done. So we want to speak to somebody who do not take advantages of whatever we say, who do not judge based on whatever we say. Now, when I ask this question, why I got irritated, why I was angry, why I felt happy and everything, many times other person will say the answer that might divert. I don't want to say any answer actually. That person should just listen to us and allow us to find our own answer. And that person only we call it as a God in this context. So you are sitting in a puja room and you are explaining to the God. God don't take the advantages of your weaknesses. God will not judge you. God will allow you to find your own solution. Normally, what happens? Suppose if I eat very good food, imagine now you listen to the class at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock before that, you eat the food actually, and then you listen. You may feel sleepy. Our body is programmed actually because we are hunter gatherers earlier. When we get sufficient food, next time I don't know when do I get it. So my body has to conserve. Whenever we get so much of food, we will store. Our body will keep it and conserve it. So we'll become lazy, sleep, so that less energy is used till I get the next hunting. So that is why it is said that on that day you are not supposed to eat anything which is boiled, so that you can do the process of self introspection properly. That is called upavasa. Now we forgot what is actual upavasa, but we just following that we know we should not eat anything actually. So fasting is followed in upavasa, but upavasa is not equal to fasting. So in the process, you will also get to know your values. So what are the qualities that I consider as important? What is important in me? Whether money is important, helping other people is important, being alone is important. What exactly is important to you? You should know. What is your attitude? What is your mindset? How do you analyze the different things that is happening around you? What are my strengths? Something that I can do better compared to others. What are my weaknesses? Something that easily done by other people, but why I'm not able to do that. What is it? So here I'm just trying to know what are the talents that do have, how much I'm able to convert into abilities and the skills that I'm having. What do I like? What is I don't like? Do I have any purpose of life? If there is a purpose, what is that purpose of life? What kind of person I was earlier, what kind of person I am today, what kind of person I want to become tomorrow. And character and personality, if you remember, we have discussed character is who am I originally, personality is how I'm presenting myself to the others. I may not share it with other people, but we should know what we are doing, the clarity that we should have. So knowing everything about ourselves is known as self-awareness. We'll give you few more points about self-awareness, then I will take the doubts. Hope it is clear to you. Now observe this window. And this window is called Johari window. By looking at this slide, can you tell why this is called Johari window? Correct, Himanshu and Chituri. Okay, why it is fine actually, I will tell you for those who did not actually, but just observe this slide and see is it making any sense to you? Is it making any sense to you? Observe, try to decode this Johari window related to the self-awareness. Okay. So it is called as Johari window because the two people who contributed for this window is actually Joseph Luft and Harrington Ingham. So we have taken the few words from these two people and created this concept called Johari window. Now please focus here. So first, open self. What do I mean by open self? Something about me I also know. So hope you can read this. It is known to self, known to others, unknown to others, and all. So the first one is open self, something about me, like all the points, my emotion, strength, weakness, everything I know about me, and other people who are around me, they also know. Open self. It is very clear. No problem with that. But there is something called blind self. What is blind self? I don't know about me, but I need known to others actually. Blind self means there are few things. Maybe some negatives with me, positives with me, I don't know. But other people who are around me, my friends, family members, colleagues, boss, may observe me. Sometimes, sir, you get irritated for this actually, or you are very good in this, sir, why can't you try this actually? Maybe some talents that I have, some negative emotions I have, the way I may respond inappropriately in some cases. There are few things about me. Any of these things that I discussed, actually strength, weakness, like dislike, our emotions may not be known to us actually, but other people, they know that. Then how to overcome the blind self? I don't know about myself, but other people know. How can I overcome? Think about it. Okay, so we need to ask them. We need to talk to them actually. We need to talk to them. We can talk to our parents. Yes, many of you rightly saying. Yeah, because see, something about me, I don't know. Other people know. So what do we do? I will ask them. So talk to them, interact with them. Parents, teachers, friends, etc. Anything. Talk to them. So, but remember here. Now, suppose what kind of teacher I am. How do you decide? All the people who are listening to my classes, you have some scale. Who is a good teacher? What are the qualities of a good teacher? So you have some your scale, and the scale that you are having, like Raghav is having, maybe different to Chituri, that is different to Vanshika, that is different to Mamata. All of you have some scale of who is a good teacher. Now, when you analyze it, actually, you are measuring according to your scale. Whether if I'm matching according to that scale, okay, good faculty, not matching, very bad faculty, bad faculty, so that you analyze. So you are judging me what kind of teacher I am based on your own scale. In the same way, I also have this opinion about actually who is a good student. I measure. But like, okay, because see, what is the scale of to measure a good teacher? The scale of Madhuri is different, and Vanshika is different, Akula is different, Mahima is different actually. So some of the measurement actually that is taken for consideration by Mahima, it may not be considered by Vanshika. So in this way, all of you have a different skill. So whatever you consider is not the real picture of me. That is only your version. In the same way, when somebody say, we need to talk to others actually. But even when you talk, actually, suppose you are in offline class and we talk to you and tell what is your opinion, that I feel something that you are narrow minded in something. These are the qualities that you good. You should not take them blindly. So, because in order to overcome the blind self, whatever the other say, should not take blindly. Okay. So, some teacher said, suppose I may say after all this analysis, you have very irritating person. So then you should not get irritated because they say that you are irritating person actually. So then, okay, thank you, sir, for your opinion. But tell me what makes you think that I'm irritating you, or what was uncomfortable. Try to get that convinced. So whatever they say, analyze it, and if they matches with your common sense and logic, only then take it. That is blind self. There is some hidden self. Hidden self means something that is about me, my emotions, strength, weakness, talents, everything. I know, but other people don't know. Should I deal with this? Or is it okay to maintain the hidden self? Is it okay to maintain the hidden self, or do I have to deal something with this? Many people say it's okay to maintain. Maintain if positive. What about negative? So hidden self is something about me I know, but other people around me don't know. Okay. So do we have to share it? As many of you rightly said, actually, it is first not compulsory. It is not compulsory that I should share everything about me to other people. But wherever it is necessary, should also share. Sometimes it is good to share also something about me that other people don't know. For example, imagine we have Himanshu here. I'm just taking the example. So I thought actually, suppose, like we'll assume that he's my student and offline student. We know him actually, Himanshu. Himanshu, I'm assuming he's a boy actually, boy student actually, girl student, boy student maybe there. In this case, example, one boy student we are taking, and he was feeling very sad when we are going to, like, just example. I am taking hypothetical example. While I'm going out of the class, I asked actually, Himanshu, what happened? Why you are feeling dull? Sir, I don't know, sir. Actually, from last 2 days, actually, I'm feeling I'm not able to focus on anything. I want to study, but I'm not able to study. I'm just demotivated. Actually, I don't know what to do. Don't worry, I know, Himanshu. Come, I have a solution. So suppose you have to take chill out, man. Take the break. Actually, come, we'll go to a movie. There is a fighter movie as a list. Actually, so suppose I took Himanshu to a theater and we both watched a movie and everything. And I have given, suppose taken popcorn there actually. While coming back, we had pizza, suppose. And I came back. Well, now you go and focus on the study and you may study well. Suppose I'll tell to Himanshu and he felt, he will go home. Now, what is I am side, my side of story? Are Himanshu was feeling very sad. As a teacher, I have taken some extra responsibility and made Himanshu happy. But the other side of story, for example, suppose imagine he may not like Hindi movies at all, or he don't like to watch movies in a theater, and he popcorn is very irritating to him, and any food item that he doesn't like in his life is only pizza we had. But my side, I'm thinking I made Himanshu happy. But Himanshu side, what is happening? He felt uncomfortable, but he cannot say no to the teacher. He made that actually. Suppose he continued to come and said, "Yes, sir, everything is fine." No, he should not do that. It's because I'm the next time when we meet, because I felt I made happy, I may continue to suppose do the same thing. Whenever you feel that something is not right, or it this I need to explain to the other person, you may tell, "Sir, thank you for your concern for that we'll go outside and spend the time. But if you don't mind, I want to tell I don't like to go to a theater and spend my 3 hours of precious time there, sir." And wrong in saying that. Whenever somebody is trying to make you something, or if they're making you uncomfortable, and if it is uncomfortable to you, you should tell it clearly. Something about you, because other people may not know that. We think that it is okay to you, or you are feeling happy or something. It may be some miscommunication happen. That is why if anything that others are doing, it is uncomfortable, or you do not feel appropriate, you should tell, so that wherever required you can overcome the hidden self actually. But it's okay to keep few things to you also. Please take me also to movie party. Okay, hope you will like it, Madhur. Then unknown self. So unknown self means actually something about me, even I don't know, even others also don't know. Should I deal with this unknown self? How to know? I am trying to come on now only now. So it's to read unknown self. How to deal with? Do we have to deal at all? Something about me, even I don't know. Other people also don't know. So how to deal with this? Or do we have to deal at all first? Prashant also need break. Not break from the class, break studies. Okay, I think so. Sorry. Yes, sir, we should know but fully ourselves so that we can make informed decision. Nobody knows, then no need to know. Try to discover oneself. We might find something amazing. Yes, that is super, Mahima. So we should know about ourselves by upavasa. In upavasa, we will do actually, we may get little clarity, but to get more clarity about first unknown self, do we have to know unknown self? Do we have to know? Do we have to know? The question is, answer is yes, do we have to know? How do we know? By exploring and experiencing the new things. Suppose I may consider watching movies makes me happy, like just example. That is one way. But there may be many other 100 ways I would have felt actually happy. But I don't know at all. So that is why we should know about ourselves as much as possible. In the 20s and 30s, where it is normally what happens is, see this, in the first 25 years of our lifetime, we have so much of time, but no money to spend, usually in 25 to 50 years normally we started working, we have so much of money but no time. After 50 years we'll have time and money but no health to actually generally to utilize to explore and experiences. So that's why 20s and 30s you should make this actually one opinion if possible. that I will do everything that is possible. I will get every experience that is possible to a human being. I go to the places that I never went. I do the things I never did. But stop, stop, stop. There is one star mark is there actually. You have to explore and experience everything. But one star mark is there. That is, if that is everything that you do, it should be legal and it should not harm yourself and it should not harm others also. As long as these conditions are fulfilled, actually, it should be according to the law of the land. Suppose somebody, okay, sir told to try everything, let me try some drugs actually and see how I will have an impact. No, you should not do that. Or I will actually, many people hang by suicide. How that experience will be there? Let me hang by suicide and see actually, suicide by hanging, I will see. No, you should not do anything that is harms you or harm other people or legal. Just keeping this condition, you should try to explore and experience everything that is possible. You may go and work as a hotel supplier for 2 days and see, you will learn a lot about things about you. You may go and stay in a slum area, go and stay in a tribal area. Some you never went to the trip alone, go there actually. Whatever you are possible to a human being to do, actually, you may consider doing in the 20s and 30s. So explore and experience so that we will get more clarity about what we like and what we don't like. In this way, we can deal with all the four self. Open self, we know, and others also know it's fine. Blind self, I don't know, other people around me know, I can talk to them and know what is their version of me. Hidden self, that other people don't know, if it is required I can share it. Unknown self, to know that I need to experience and explore. Are we clear about Johari window? Yes, that's good. Sometimes some words or the action of some people make me uncomfortable, sad, hurt actually, but I can't tell them because I feel it may hurt them. See, Shweta, just example again, I will say, if somebody is making some statement and if that is hurting you, if okay, now I'll take this, listen to this. Somebody is talking to me something, and if that is hurting me, it is not their problem, it is my problem, because they have their own opinion. Whenever they say something, it is their opinion only. You say, like, that's what you say, sir, this is one of the worst class that I've ever attended actually, you say. And I feel started crying. Are Shweta told that it is a worst class, why did I come to the teaching field? Actually, I want to tell Shweta back that you are not a good student, but I did not tell. No, that is only Shweta's opinion. So Shweta, thank you for saying your opinion. I'm very happy to know. Actually, tell me what did not go well in the class. Actually, what I have to improve or something. I can ask Shweta, and then Shweta says something. I can take those points. Actually, yes, whatever she said is actually it is making some sense. As a maybe as a teacher, when I thought I did not observe if it is matching. Otherwise, sometimes it is correct, but she is not understanding or something. So then, okay, oh, okay, Shweta, thank you, Shweta, for your opinion. But if you are ready to listen, this is a logic why I did something. I may explain, but Shweta may or may not understand. So just to tell, if somebody is saying their words actually and it is hurting you, then that is not their problem, but it's your problem. But if they are doing some acts and that is hurting you, you should take appropriate reaction or response. Okay. In generally, they are saying something to anybody, any words. Why it should make actually unhappy? Tell me. What? No, you see, this 1 hour Chitturi is there. We don't know another one. And one Chitturi is saying yes, another. Sir, what is Johari? After saying all this, actually, and you are asking what is Johari? Okay. So, thank you, man. Sir, do we need to fear with someone? Do we need to? No need to fear. How to prevent anybody from switching our mental state? Not giving the switch to them. Not giving our switch to them, we can prevent ourselves. Okay, so Johari means here there are two people, psychologists who contributed for this concept actually, where they explain this concept. They are Joseph Luft and Harrington Ingham, and taking the few words from these two people, there is it is called as Johari window. Now, spending time with oneself can open the window to the unknown self. See, what I feel that already whatever something that we experienced it actually, that we will get more clarity. When I know do the upavasa, as I told actually, or introspect myself, I can know only about the things I have experienced. I went to trip. What made me happy? What made me sad? I was actually again did yoga meditation. Was it good or bad? In in through the yoga meditation or self introspection, you can only know about those things which you have already experienced. Your unknown self will not be revealed actually. To overcome that unknown self, you need to have new experiences. Only then you know that actually whether this works for you or do not work for you. Sir, other person don't feel exactly because they feel like we might feel bad. Yes, Neha, you are right. Like suppose when you are my student, I ask actually how was my class actually. Then Neha, sir, everything was good. No, suppose if any problem, you can let me know actually. I am ready to improve. Then you may tell. Otherwise, also suppose you are not saying it's okay. It is not everybody. They will somebody sometimes they will only come and say, sir, this is good, this is bad, or something actually. Sometimes they don't say. We will only ask after that also, if they are not saying it is fine. We have 100 other people, no, generally they will guide actually. If they are okay to tell, it's fine. How to deal with this hurt that we create on others' opinion? That is Mahima. First of all, we should know that whatever they are telling, it is their opinion only. So why to get hurt itself? It is not possible to impress everybody. Even God cannot impress everybody because there are many people who scold God. Mother Teresa, like she is a person who has contributed, spent her life for the welfare of people. If you check internet, some people criticize her also. Modi ji, like anybody you take in the modern century, except very few people like APJ Abdul Kalam, no controversies actually. Or maybe many other people that you see, they are into the some controversies, except few exception, 99%. And whatever they say, so how to overcome? Telling that it is just their opinion, it is not the reality, that is not the real version that you should do. Okay. So how to know about self-awareness? Same thing, whatever we explained, we are putting here. So to spend time alone in a quiet space and doing the self-introspection, this is one method. Do not judge, do not shop, just observe. When you are doing the self-introspection, array, when A person asked me help, actually, I did do. But when B person asked me help, actually, I rejected. Array, why did I do? So I am not actually, array, I should have felt I did bad. No, I'm not analyzing it, whether it's a good or bad, but I'm trying to understand when A person asked me help, I helped that A person. But when the same B person asked same help, actually, he was asking for money. I had money, but I couldn't pay. Why I did? I'm not judging myself as a good person or bad person. But why I did that actually, I'm analyzing without judging, without stopping. I'm just observing what all happened in the last 15 days and I can analyze it. I can, my thoughts, words, and action that will give me a more clarity. Oh, this is the reason I helped actually. So the way that person asked the help actually was more convincing. I made that person, oh, this can be a trap, also I have to be careful. Well, the other person is way of actually persuasion or talking is not appropriate, so I got irritated or something. So either we can do every day before we sleep or once in a 15 days and find out. We can talk to our family members, actually relatives, coaches, teachers, mentors, and take their opinion. We can experience and explore it actually. In internet also self-awareness tests are there. In Google, actually, if you go, and type self-awareness test, they ask so many questions actually, and if you can answer based on that, they will guide you. These are the qualities of yours, these are the jobs which are suitable to you, and like this everything. Now once again, there cannot be 100% approval. Now after you take the test, actually, for detailed analysis, pay 600 rupees. Don't pay any money in general, but you can search in internet to know about. In social media, suppose you given some speech and many people give you comments. When you do dance, many people will comment, that is also their opinion. You will get a clarity whether I dance well, teach well, act well, or something. There are, in fact, medical technologies also may be available, but which are not required for a common person. And remember that it's a continuous process. Knowing myself, that who am I? When I see clearly, 5 years before, I was a different person. I had a different thoughts and everything. After 5 years, I'll also be different. But this change will not suddenly happen in 5 years. Every day, we are a different person. Every month we are will be a different person. Actually, we everything changes in our body changes, our mind also changes. So that's why self awareness is also a continuous process. Now just have a small recap of actually what is this self awareness we discussed actually, and what is this Johari window and how to do it. The last slide related to the self awareness before we go to the next module is actually, why do we have to do the self awareness? Discovering who are you today is the first step that you will become what you will become tomorrow. If I want to become something tomorrow, first I should know where I am standing now. Without knowing standing, actually, if I want to know the future, it may be difficult. So it improves mental health. Many times what happens, suppose I may be earning money and getting so many people are respecting me, but still somehow I'm feeling empty, uncomfortable. Who can find the answer? Only you can find the answer. How? By doing the self awareness actually, or the self introspection. When I know that, oh, this was missing in me, and when you follow that, your mental health will be good. And somebody said actually, Hare, you have so much of knowledge, and I think you should clear, you should try for UPSC and you will become IAS officer. Suppose somebody said to me and I come to this field and tried, for example, prelims, I couldn't clear, second attempt, third attempt, then I feel, Hare, somebody told that I can clear, but I couldn't clear. I feel very bad. Somebody said, sir, you are a great actor, go for a cinema industry. Went actually after 1 year, 2 year, no, I'm not getting any opportunities only. So rather than just because somebody said, okay, somebody is saying, I am analyzing, I'm getting more clarity. Now, for example, before we go to the civil services, we know that civil service requires a bit continuous journey. An average person may take the 4 attempts to clear this examination. So I'm already prepared for that. And when I know about all of this, then I enter into this, I feel more confident about it. Through my self awareness, I can understand my weaknesses and I will take the steps to improve. Okay, these are the weaknesses I have and I need to overcome. Like, for example, I want to become a civil servant, but I'm having a stage fear. Whenever I get an opportunity, I'll come to the stage and speak something. I am having bit some narrow minded actually, thinking very wrong. No, I need to improve. So I can work on that. I can understand my strengths. Okay, these are the strengths I'm having. I can remember well actually, or I can communicate well. I have the drawing skills actually, so I can draw well. I can paint well. So where I can use this knowledge actually, are the talents that I'm having. Where to use, how to use. When I don't know myself actually, before marriage actually, where everybody should know about themselves. If I don't know about myself, how can I decide with whom I can live together? So but when those people with emotional intelligence and the self awareness, they know what kind of person they are, they can also know what kind of person whom they can live. When I know about actually myself, the two important decision we need to take, with whom I have to live and what kind of job I should do. When we know if that is matches with our body, mind, and actually mindset, then that is a beautiful thing. And that's why they will improve the relationship, because they choose the job that matches with their self understanding, that also lead to the professional success. So self awareness is very, very important. So try to recall everything that we discussed and ask any doubts that you have before we go further. How professional success? So self awareness means, suppose for example, I understand, if I can understand that, what whenever I know anything, I want to share it with other people. So when I share with other people and if they understand, I feel happy. Suppose for a teacher, this is one of the things that is required. And so I'm choosing the profession that matches with my strength, that matches with my talent. That is why when those with aptitude, if you choose the job, it increases your chances of success. Then you teach well, you perform well, you will get recognition, so you will achieve the success. So when you know who are you and choose the job that matches with your pattern. Suppose I am a kind of person, generally believe, assume hypothetically, so very lazy. I don't want to take care of society. My focus is all about how to find a food 3 times, and I just want to sleep. I don't care for other things actually, or something. If this is my real nature, and I become a public servant, without even self managing and not knowing, because somebody all telling that actually you have to become IAS, or you are in a relationship with a girl will tell, if you clear IAS I'll marry, otherwise I'll not marry, or something like that. Then whatever my I'm not able to live according to my nature as a public servant. Of course you have to work for the welfare of people, but you are this mindset actually, so then we may not be able to achieve the success. What if somebody point out by taunting you constantly? Then how to manage emotion? Ignore. They are pointing out and telling, that shows actually that who are they. If somebody asks your opinion, why do you did something, you can explain. Behind you, if they are speaking actually and all, it is not a matter. Normally people say, if you are walking on a path and some dog is barking, the best way to is to usually do we stop and tell the dog that please don't bark, I get irritated, stop, get down. No, you continue to walk. I stop myself from expressing many feelings or emotions just because I don't want other to feel the same hurt that I felt. How to deal with this? So should I openly communicate my emotions, or is it fine to be like this? So I personally feel, Shweta, you have some any emotion or feeling that you want to express actually. Now you have to analyze, if I express, what will happen? Is any change that we bring, is it necessary to tell actually? If some strangers actually will not be affected, but if your brother, sister, generally husband, wife, parents are doing something, if that is hurting you, you have a right to express that. Let them feel bad, they are doing something and that is hurting you, you should tell that actually, because you have a right to live in a peace and harmony. But you tell that this is the things that I don't like, this is what you shouldn't have been done. And if they might have some explanation that you never thought, listen to their side. So I personally feel, if they have some bad, if other person is doing something bad and if that is affecting you, you should express it with confidence, but maybe sometimes without affecting them. For example, in offline classes, if somebody is talking, like especially 20-year-old or something, if they're talking, I normally I don't do this. Say, for example, if I say, don't you have common sense, you come to the class and you are talking and disturbing others, that may not be the appropriate way. I may not point out to them. Generally I'll say, see, generally we have right to talk, we want to share feelings with others, all fine, but in the process we talk, that might be disturbing to the third person. No, don't you, do you think it is right? So that is why normally in the class we should avoid talking, or if you want to talk, talk to me only. No, you have anything to share with me, share with me only. So after during the break you can share with your friend anyhow will be with you only. So I tell to other person, but message may reach to them. So if somebody is disturbing, you can, do you have to share it? Yes, share, but share in the right process. What is right depends upon who is hurting you, how they are hurting you, and all those things. Thought of discovering unknown self is exciting, at the same time scary. It should not be scary, because it is, you are knowing about yourself. Yes, there may be challenges when you try new things actually, but that is the beauty of life. Self may awareness make me a good builder of my life. If any of you really ask me, among all the topics that we have already discussed or we are going to discuss, sir, tell me one topic that I should follow in my life, I will develop, actually I will improve. If you ask me, without any doubt, I will say this word, self awareness. Just focus on this actually, what is this self awareness, and it can bring a lot of changes and in you. And it is depends on who are you, but you know about yourself and take the decision. For this, meditation is a solution according to Prashant, and it is subjective. With my limited knowledge and experience, it never worked for me, meditation. But if somebody it works, actually, it is so good. Whether it is wrong, but we must share. Which one you are talking about it, Madhur? Whenever anybody is doing something wrong, yes, you should share with them that they are doing wrong. Sir, for me, exploring makes me to know about myself. Yes, even for others also, provided they analyze. Okay, super. I think there is no doubt about self awareness. Last one, actually, think about self awareness once again. recall, and any doubts, please ask us. So even after the class, please go home and read this topic in detail. There are many videos are available in YouTube, many articles are related. Really follow this in your life also. It can bring a lot of changes. There is no specific TED Talks, but generally you can watch videos related to that. What is the need of it in exam? Arey, you have to acquire emotional intelligence. If you want to acquire emotional intelligence, first you should know about yourself. If you don't know about yourself, you cannot manage yourself. That is why you should know about yourself. Okay, so it's a part of your emotional intelligence. So whatever I want to do, something I want to build, actually, first I should know who am I. Without knowing who I am, and I cannot make happy, and without I am happy, I cannot make others happy. As a civil servant, your duty is to make others happy. If I want make others to be happy, first I should know about I should be happy, and in order for me to be happy, I should know who am I. How to practice self-awareness? Tehaji, this is how. Under this how, you have a point, we have a points, and this is how we can practice self-awareness. How to change the thinking pattern? By thinking differently, knowing that we need to change it. Thank you, Shwetaji. But any ritual, there is no ritual to be followed, nothing. So you just do, whenever you are free, get a time, you do the self introspection. Whenever somebody is ready to share your opinion about you, don't stop them, let them say anything that they feel about you, let them share. Whenever you get an opportunity, you have a time and money, with taking appropriate precaution, try everything in your life that you never tried. But again, as I told you, star marker. So these are all not to be done in a particular period or a ritual. Whenever you are free, get a time, an opportunity to get to know, never miss it actually. Sir, in how second point, please explain. How second point? So when I this is that these 2 points are related. So the first 2 points are related. This is called as a self introspection. So okay, so when I'm doing my self introspection, I'm getting that thought. For example, when the boy asked me help, I did not help, but when the girl asked me for a help, I did help actually. Okay, why I helped for a boy but not for a girl? This is very wrong, that actually I helped only for girls, not for boys. That judgment should not be done. That is, I'm judging also. Okay, but I'm not judging, so do not judge. Okay, but what is the logic? I am helped for a boy but I did not help for a girl. What is happening? So I'm trying to know why I doing that actually. Ramesh I helped actually, but Suresh I did not help actually. Why? So I am analyzing, not judging that. Suppose I did something wrong, I am getting some negative thoughts. No, no, but okay, don't actually stop it, continue to analyze why I did that actually, and just observe like a movie what you did actually, and analyze as when you watch a movie, you will observe whether hero did whatever he's doing is right or wrong, heroine behavior is right or wrong, like a movie. In the same way, whatever happened in the 15 days, especially any incidents that made an impact on you, analyze it like a movie. You are closing your eyes, in front of you there is a screen is coming, and you yourself is running, but as an outsider you are running, and you are not stopping, you are not judging, you are just observing the movie and trying to understand why hero has done that, why hero has done the heroine done this, or why you have done this or something. That is called as a self introspection. Ganesh, don't worry about the question, focus on the topic. How to ask the question is a problem of the people who set the question paper. Our duty is to know them, and their duty is to ask the question. Let them do their duty. And of course, when you practice previous year questions, you will come to know about it also. Sir, if we ask about blind self, people may be reluctant to speak. Yes, Chalu, if you are listening to us, we have been telling that we may ask them or they may only tell. Out of 10 people, it is not necessary that every 10 people should tell actually. Like suppose in offline class when you are there, or like maybe you attended online session after 15th day, I may ask actually, tell me how was my class and everything. Suppose 100 students are there, all 100 may not tell their opinion. At least 5 people will tell no. That is fine. That's how you do it. Okay, friends. Let's go to the next mod topic. Under emotional intelligence, four components are there. First one is self-awareness, and the second one is self-management. As I told you, self-awareness, knowing ourselves is common to everybody. They should know about themselves. Now, self-management we discuss from the perspective of a civil service aspirant. Now, tomorrow you want to become a civil servant. How do you have to manage yourself? What qualities you should have if you already don't have? First thing, self control. Because once you become an officer, there are many people who want to deviate you from the path of ethics. They are trying everything. There's so much of temptation that they're trying to create actually. You should know how to control yourself. There is one experiment called as marshmallow experiment. Note down this, and after the class, please watch a video related to this. Marshmallow experiment. Marshmallow is name of the sweet. Imagine this situation. There are some students actually, are the boys, girls, actually kids who are in the age group of 8 to 10 years. They will be given marshmallows, some sweets are given to them, and they have a two choice. One, they can eat that sweet now itself, but if they can wait for 30 minutes, they will get reward. They can get two marshmallow or three or some unlimited. We'll give you extra reward. But only thing is you have to wait for actually, you have to keep in front of you and wait for without eating. They will send to the different rooms, and in front of them marshmallow is there. They are feeling hungry. They like that sweet actually, but you have to wait for 30 minutes. They will observe them in the CCTV cameras. Now what happens is actually there are some people, their actually saliva start coming down actually because they are liking it. Some people take the sweet, lick that and keep it. Some people take the sweet, cut half and keep it. Some people actually eat completely. Some people are able to wait actually without doing this, without actually doing anything. Now what is after the 30 minutes, whoever is waited, they will give the sweet. Whoever is did not actually, they will just okay, say thank you and send them. First part of the experiment is over actually there. But what did we learn from this actually? Now here if we analyze, there are few people who are able to wait for 30 minutes. That is called as, one minute, okay, that is called as delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. Here gratification means fulfillment of desires. Fulfillment of desire. There is something called instant gratification. I want to fulfill this desire. I can't wait for 30 minutes. I want this now. I will eat it. There is something called delayed gratification. I want to fulfill this desire, but I will wait for the right time to get it. Normally, it is observed that according to this experiment, whoever is participated, these researchers have observed these people. There are few people have instant gratification that they couldn't wait for 30 minutes, and there are people who are able to wait for 30 minutes actually. It is observed that those people who are able to wait for 30 minutes or more in that experiment, in their life in the future, they were able to become more successful in the life. There are many controversies about this, but this is a general observation, may not be exactly applicable to all the people. But tell that that is, you have a sweet in front of you that you love so much, but you should not eat. That requires a self-control. And one of the factors that decides your success in the future is also a self-control. Many times we will build so much of reputation, but just lack of self-control for one day, we may lose all the reputation. It is not only about reaching the top, but maintaining or sustaining the top requires so much of effort. So develop a self-control. So then open to the new ideas. So, okay, self-control is actually how it will not come one day in a suddenly. Like tomorrow, you are keeping alarm. Tomorrow, I'll wake up at 4 o'clock. The first time when it brings, actually, you have to wake up. And if you really work hard, tell your subconscious mind that tomorrow there's an important day, I have to study, I have to wake up at 4, you will be surprised. It happened with me. I keep alarm at 4 o'clock, 3:55 I will wake up. That is before the 5 minutes. Many times it happens actually that our body is programmed, well, at least for the first time it rings, actually I should wake up. Fasting is a method of self control actually. So there are many other self controls you have to keep on yourself, restrict to yourself, and try this actually. Like you had like to eat gulab jamun, suppose next 6 days, if I complete these targets, only then seventh day and Sunday I will go and eat. Just because I have money and gulab jamun is available, I should not eat it actually. I should restrict myself. These are the targets I should do. Only if I do, I'll get a reward like this. So, second thing that is required for the civil service aspirants and the future civil servants is being open to the new ideas. One criticism that people say for bureaucrats is actually they are not at all open to the new ideas. They always see what the law of the land says and what experiment, what the previous officer have done, and they follow that. People say that suppose if some snake comes suddenly into the government office, what the government employees will do, they will cross check the rules actually. Is there is any rule that is written by government actually that if a snake entered into office, what they should do? Another person checked actually, asked the written writings, is there any incident where our senior officer, any time the earlier snake entered into office, and what our senior has done, have they written anything? So it's just to make the fun, they will say, to tell that they are not at all open to the new ideas. But 21st century, the new problems will come and it requires a new solution. You should have a open to the new ideas. We are doing this, why can't we do this? Experiment it, it may fail. For example, Prashant Nair, Operation Pond Cleaning. Normally, how we would have cleaned, you called some people who are into this cleaning actually, give them money, they will get it done. But Prashant Nair made the common people to come and participate in cleaning, and he sponsored the Malabar biryani to them from government money. It's a new idea. Operation Suleimani, Compassionate Kozhikode project, all are new idea. Armstrong Pame, 100-kilometer road, social media money, new idea. Whenever you try new idea, people will criticize. People find a mistakes with you, but you should be ready to justify it. And we should always have a constant drive to meet excellence. We cannot become excellent in one day. Every time we should try to improve ourselves, improve ourselves, improve ourselves, and then we'll improve. So that is constant drive to meet excellence. We as a human beings makes the mistakes. We should admit the mistakes and learn from them. When we know that we are doing wrong and mistakes, we should not keep proving that everything is okay or I am correct. No, we as a human being make mistake. Yes, I should accept it's a mistake and learn from them. Make sure that I'm selecting the job that is emotionally rewarding. That means the job itself should give me happy. Not only the salary is important, but only for salary you should not work. The very process of doing the job itself should make you happy. Make sure that you are giving a sufficient time. Usually in our life actually, when you are in the job, at least there is something called me time, then there is something called family time, then there is a office time, then there is a social time. Make sure that you are giving appropriate time to all the four. The me time means actually something that I would like to do individual, maybe watching movie, writing a novel, or listening to a music, dancing, yoga, meditation, anything that I would like to spend when nobody is judging me as something. Make sure in every day or within a week you are giving time to your time. And of course you have to time to you give your time to the family, and make sure that you are making them happy. If you are working now, office. Those who are not working for now, office time is study time. And then beyond actually me and my family and the organization I work, there is some society, knowing them, understanding them, trying to spend time with the society, whatever the way that is being contributing actually. So it is social time, is time where I'm thinking beyond me, my family, friends actually, and the relatives, office, everything, and then that is social time. So make sure that you spend time for all of this and balance in the work life and personal life, and be self-motivated to perform and accomplish the task. If you are an 18 plus and you have chosen a task, in the next 5 days this is what I'm going to complete, you don't expect that your teacher, mentor, mother, father will tell you every day, Shweta, you told you will do this but you are not doing, please wake up early, please attend the classes, please do the homework, please write the test series. No, you are self-motivated to do this work. This is the first part of the self management. There are few more things in the self management, and then social awareness, relationship management, application in administration. All these things we will discuss when we meet tomorrow. These are the classes for today. Officially, the class is over. But if you have any doubts, issues, concern, you can ask now for the next 5 minutes. Yes, sir, it's happened. Like the time waking up early, my few minutes earlier than that, because we have a watch the clock, but there is a biological clock also is running. So Shweta, okay, you met me in Hyderabad offline classes. Okay, that's good. So you attended all our classes. Is it Shweta? Sir, Upavasa, please repeat. Surely Upavasa here in the normally Upavasa is considered to be a fasting. But it is also a process of self introspection where we sit closer to ourselves and analyze what is our life, how we are spending, and other things. How come? Okay, sir, the topic is like counseling. Okay, yes, Siddharth, and that is why this chapter is introduced. One of the very, very important chapter. Okay, Himanshu has already watched the marshmallow experiment. Okay, as marshmallow experiment, we'll give you one more homework actually. This will anyhow discuss tomorrow. So there just may consider watching the Milgram experiment also. Milgram experiment. Now, what's this actually experiment? Tomorrow I will explain you if you did not understand. This is about obedience. This also may be useful. Marshmallow is about self-control. Milgram is about obedience. When we decided to fix a time to wake up, then I wake up 1 hour before. Anshu, you should have been somewhere, man. So this person wakes up at 1 hour before. If this person keeps alarm at 5 o'clock, he or she wakes up at actually 4 o'clock. Okay, super then. Thanks a lot for the class. Okay, nice. Thank you, Madhur. Thank you, Anshu. Discipline can change anything, and it is the first step of self management, according to Madhur. Okay, thank you for the enlightenment. There's a lack of self control to sleep early because unable to manage me time. So, you know the problem. Once you know the problem, you can find a solution also. Suppose you like watching movie, like you can't watch 3 hours, watch for 1 hour only. Our life should be actually at least in such a way. There are few things, if you can understand, you should have your own time more actually. The more and more you grow up, are the things that you love to do it. That time should be more. Thank you, Mahima, Rashida. There is a lack of self. Okay, understood. We all know the problems and we all know the solution to implement is difficult. That is for common people, Madhur. But for a civil service aspirant, once he or she knows the problem, they know how to implement it actually. So that is why you are all the civil service aspirant actually. Because only 0.1% of the people who apply for the examination can clear this examination, or less than 0.1% of the people who apply for this exam can clear. And that's why that should not be a difficult for you. For common people, it may be difficult. Self-talk is important to explore oneself, and for this is effective. Okay, Shalu, that's correct. Try this. Yes, friends, any other doubts actually, please go through this concept, emotional intelligence, and the persuasion that we have discussed. And any doubts that you have, we can discuss it tomorrow. After completing the emotional intelligence, tomorrow we'll also be starting with ethics in governance, the third chapter in our syllabus. Yes, you have 2 more minutes to ask any doubts that you have. How far this effective self-talk is? That is, it is effective. How far, that depends on the individual. So when I say self-talk also, that it, in other words, we are talking about self-introspection only. Literally, I'm analyzing, whenever we are close and analyzing how the class went. Suppose sometimes we feel it's boring. Why it was boring actually? When some days interesting, why it was interesting? Whether the topic is responsible or the students' interaction was responsible. So what exactly and everything you should analyze. Normally, as in even in online or offline, the more strength actually, the more energetic class will be. Morning class is good, but compared to morning, we have more strength in the evening batch, so that it will be more participating actually will come, and that more participation from the students also makes this class more engaging. Some funny questions, some tricky questions, some engaging question. Because in offline, we like only you can see me. I cannot even see you actually, so that's the one limitation. Sir, fourth point. Fourth point in what? Okay, I am assuming it is in self-management. So, sir, what is the fourth point actually? So, this is the fourth point. It is a simple English. And if I want to grow as a better person, as a human beings, when we know that we have made a mistake, we should not go on trying to prove that we have not done or defending ourselves. When we know that we have done a mistake, we need to accept the mistake and correct our mistake and take some steps not to repeat these mistakes. Yes, friends. So these are all the class for today. Hope that today's class was beneficial for you. Please revise all these topics before you attend tomorrow's class, actually. And if you have any doubts, issues, or concern, we will meet tomorrow at 6 o'clock and discuss. So thank you for your cooperation. Thank you.